He's been following me for like 15 minutes. I'm sure he's looking for bad people. Hopefully he doesn't realize I'm in need of help. Maybe he'd have to do his job. Not to be a hater. Sorry, I went live because the police cop was going by me in circles. They like to do that. So I went live in case he stopped. He saw me get my phone up and he kept going. He was going to stop and give me shit, but then I went live. So he kept going, but he went by me real slow. He went by me by the dollar store, then he followed me over here and he just went real slow next to me. To try and steal whatever, but we don't worry about it. What's up, Westy? Check it out. I made it. It was cold. He looks gay. Are you a man or a woman? I can't tell. Whatever, bro. I'm freezing cold. Look how popped in. What's up, everybody? There's a cop that was going real slow, bothering me. Well, I appreciate the comment, man. There was a cop that was going real slow around me, so I went live and then he took off. Just like the crows, the cops hate the camera. As soon as I went live, he sped off. It was like he had a sixth sense. It's all good. Check this out. What's up? Your name looks like a sneeze. Your name looks like when you fall over and hurt your knee, or you when you smack your knee on the side of the kitchen table and you go, that's what your name looks like to me. So we're here, I'm waiting for someone. I was saving for a guitar. I was saving any money I had from donations towards a guitar, but this snowstorm has told me that it'd be better if I bought a heater, so I spent all my money on a heater on Marketplace. So I'm waiting for the woman to come back and sell me this heater. Turns out, even though the Mr. Buddy heaters can heat a tent, they only have 6 hours worth before you have to spend $12 on another propane tank. So I'm gonna have to use it just to heat up what gets wet and then heat up inside the sleeping bag. And then I'm gonna come in like this. I was going to Burlington, but I had a prophetic dream of myself in Burlington, and I had a gun, like a BB gun, and I was struggling to load the gun, and everyone else had real guns and had trucks and were angry. And I was sitting like right in the middle on this big mound trying to load my BB gun, and all these people were around me ready for war, and I felt really out of place. So I decided to wait like a week, see what comes in, see what happens, and then go. I was going right for a guitar and a capo and a strap, and I was gonna take a bus ride like 6 hours to go get really good deals on stuff that the name of the guitar, it's a rare guitar. It was selling it really cheap. The one I really want is $375, but I don't know how long it's gonna be before I get that. I'm getting big visions of what I want for the future. I'm still receiving positive things about my life from people. So I'm trusting God, and it's going well. I did have to steal gloves, but as soon as I stole the gloves, somebody came and gave me a cigarette, which I didn't know I needed until right now. So I'm gonna light the second one with this one. And if you want, I'll give you some sauce about when you stop eating and you stop overstimulating yourself with your phone and you change your daily habits that you're kind of, that you're using as a crutch. Like for me, it's YouTube and hiding. My addiction is hiding. It's not really cigarettes. It's that I want to spend most of the day hiding in a den, gathering myself before I go out in public. So if I don't feel good, I'll hide forever, just because I've spent too long like persevering through it, and it gets really traumatic. And then the level of focus that you have being out here like this really seems to piss off people that live in comfort. Like there's lots of people with their head down at their phone like this, and they walk around and they feel my energy when I'm coming through, and they get so angry that they like put their phone down and they walk right in front of me like this, and they try to push me out of the way because they feel like I'm stealing their energy. they're so used to people that are just siphoning bandwidth. And white people have come up with white culture has so many phrases, like you're skating on thin ice, buddy. Or you bleeding me dry here. I had a couple of sayings that really emphasized what I was talking about, but basically most of these places that are privileged enough, all their energy, like all their daily stuff that they think about is kind of guided towards the status game of being in public. So going into that, everyone sees your struggle as a check. They think they kind of, what they lack, they attack. You feel me? So they see me going, and I've got like this, what they would consider like overly masculine, which is just, I need to go get my shit done, and I'm weary of danger, and I've been through enough to have a strong frame. So they see that and they want it for themselves, so they'll try to get in the way. Like I had tons of people today bumping into me, driving their cars and me swerving. I had a cop slowly go back and forth around me for like 20 minutes, and he didn't stop until I put my phone on and went live. So maybe he has a notification, he's subscribed and he knows when I'm going live, or maybe he just has this sixth sense, the way the crows do that, and the way nature does, that when I hit live and it starts recording, there's a whole bunch of stuff very quickly, because it's cold out, Westy. Yeah, I was trying to save it for a nice guitar, and I had a deal on a nice Stargazer guitar and a capo and strap, but the guy did not answer me, and then it snowed, and then I was stuck out there. So I had to steal gloves, and I had to haul a pallet like half a mile, put that down, and then I need to get tent spikes, or I need to chop down. Isn't it crazy that where my tent ended up, because I got to that place because somebody walked up and suggested that I go to that place, and he said, you could probably take apart a bunch of pallets and build something there. And then right when I got there to the place that I ended up, because I was tired and cold, and I was like, fuck it, I'll just throw the tent down here. When I woke up and looked to my right, there was a sledgehammer and there was a giant axe. That two-handed axe and that two-handed hammer was right next to me. And it's my colors, black and gold. So I'm really excited about that. So I'm not giving up, but I'm just, it never works out exactly how I think it's going to. And that could be choices on my end. So I have access to pallets. I don't mind hauling them. It's just cold. I'm grateful that I'm not like these, like every day that I go in public and I see how public is, it makes me really grateful that I'm not like them. It was pouring out today because it got warm enough. Okay, she's coming to Hannaford's right now. Okay. Yeah, it was pouring out, and I walked past a local pizza place, and the guys were walking like this. I'll show you. See if you can see me. Okay. They were walking like this. Middle-aged men in their 40s that had their work uniform on. They're walking like, and then I was next to them, and they turned and looked at me like this, but way quicker. So I said, you guys look like you guys are walking like robots. And they said, oh yeah? And I said, yeah, you guys were walking like robots. And they walked into the restaurant, and I kept walking, because I was mad that people with their phones out looking down like this were trying to bump me out of the way walking through a parking lot. They swerved their cars at me. So I spent all my money on a winter coat, which is coming. It's a nice one. And I bought a heater that when it gets too cold, I should be able to get enough to dry off the snow that leaks through. I couldn't steal a tarp, so I'm just using what I'm working with. The tent spikes are broken, so I'm using ones that I'm salvaging from old campsites when I scavenge in the mornings. There's a guy, I guess I have a powerful energy, because everywhere I go, people are like looking twitching their heads and turning and stomping around. So I don't want to get a job because I don't want to know what people are going through, you feel me? I don't want to know what's wrong with society. I can see that there's a problem, but I don't really want to understand it because I'm worried it'll be like biting the apple. You feel me? I'm worried that if I get a normal job at like Hannaford stocking, I'll start to really understand what's making people act this way, which feels unnatural and wrong and evil. So that's why I've tried to get jobs the past 2 years, and every job that wasn't DoorDash, the whole dynamic was really sick. There was something going on with like narratives and status and dominance games that it just triggered something in me because I've been an animal since I was born, basically. Like I can remember the first time my parents fought and they were fighting. This is the second page of my book. I don't have it written out the best way, but I will put the story out a little bit. They had a fight and it ended up my parents splitting up. And that was the first time that my first memory is me in a dark hallway and there's like a children's toy at the other end that they put there that's like a singing sunflower, but it was dark and nobody was there and the thing turned on. They turned it on to see how I would react. And it was like this confusing flower that looked evil and there was no I couldn't emotionally connect to it as a kid, so I was confused because it gave me the uncanny valley. And I didn't know what it was, and I realized that my parents were going to laugh at me the whole time. Nobody was going to come help me, so my second memory was violence. And since then, I've like lost all sense of identity and condensed to like one little light. And that's like kind of disassociative and living in that place. And for some reason, the world doesn't like that. So I just forgave myself just now before the cop showed up. It was like a big transformative experience where I was walking through this parking lot and I had realized how long I'd actually been an animal and that my whole life, most of my problems were stemming from the fact that there was a way that I operate that thrives really well in like violent scenarios where it's really stressful. Like I'm a very good leader, but that just doesn't line up well with the way the public is right now. People seem to attack me everywhere I go. And that was why I couldn't figure out relationships right, even though they were attracted to me because of that. It was like I just have never fit in that way. But then when I'm out in the woods and I'm running with an axe and I'm going to attack a crackhead that robbed me, it all makes sense. So I had like this big overwhelming forgiveness about what I thought was a problem. So I'm very happy that I wound up in this life, because if I had kept trying to be like them and kept working a normal job and had a girlfriend and had a dog and had never gone through this, then I would have never realized, and I would have just always thought that I had a disorder. But really it's just I'm not meant to. Most likely my soul came from a different world, not like Jupiter, but like before we had cell phones and before we had society, probably. Like I get along better with animals. And growing up, all my friends were Indigenous and Irish. I haven't had a single friend that wasn't Indigenous or Irish. And occasionally I had African friends, but that was for like 2 months at a time. And then we'd split off to go on big journeys through different areas. Like we would be stuck together. So learning about Irish heritage and that the Irish people weren't considered white until the late 70s, when the Irish people had gotten together in New York and started unionizing against the government. Then they allowed Irish people to work. Then they allowed Irish people to unsegregate and they didn't have to go to the black schools. Then the Ku Klux Klan stopped killing them. When they unionized and they got powerful enough because there was enough Irish people and they all got together away from the government, the same way that they did when the English were first colonizing and the Irish would come on their own ships. Most of the Irish that came to America were in Ireland, and England was practicing slavery on them after they had gotten through the Vikings and everything. England had really done a number on them, and that's why we have big foreheads, from the creative solutions we had to come up with to survive in such a harsh environment like that. Like, if you look at Ireland, it's all grass. There's barely any trees, barely any hills. We had a famine because the English were I say we, I mean, I am Irish, it's in my genetics, but the Irish had a famine because the England was taking everything. And they were only allowed to eat potatoes. So the point was, when slavery rolled out in the colonies, England was tracking down the Irish migrants and going to war with them the same way they were with the indigenous. So before that, the reason Ireland got to the colonies was because for a long time, like hundreds of years before, they said Christopher Columbus was here, when we had pirates. A lot of Irish people would flee England and they'd wind up as pirates. They would get together and be dock workers on the ship or crew members of the ship. And then when the big, whoever, they were probably Spanish and English, those pirates that were going around for the crown, going and stealing ships and doing pirate stuff, the Irish would mutiny, kick the captain off. They would let most of them live, which is a lot more than they would have done for them. If the roles were reversed. So they would like give the captain a dinghy and make the captain go to the islands or wherever they were, and they would take the boat and they would sail it to just some other continent. So a lot of them got around to colonies because they would mutiny and they would take over the ship together, and they would take the ship and bring it down to some place and start a settlement. So a lot of these slaves, when we talk about slavery, there were indigenous people with skin as dark as black people. There were Irish people already here. And there were colonies that England had made and the Spaniards had made all the way down to the tip of Argentina, like all the way down there. And they were in Africa, and they were in the Caribbean. They were in the Mediterranean. They were in Scandinavia. They were in Iceland with the Vikings and all that. England was everywhere. So when England started taking slaves, they took them from everywhere. And they would put them all on ships, and they would bring them all down to Georgia. And then when they did the railroads and all of that, it would be like a big buffet, a mixed bag of who was there. So the same way England is known for like all the different dog breeds that have come out are due to England liking, owning things and having them breed for specific traits. That's why you see a lot of like mixed race people in America that have the giant Irish forehead and they have Irish last names, but they're convinced that they got it from their slave masters because most of the history was deleted. But in reality, they got that because the Irish were in there with them. The Irish were taller than everywhere else in the world. So they were a hot commodity. And the term cracker came from the Irish people that would laugh in the English's face. And they would tell jokes, they would crack jokes, so the English would write back to the crown and say, we got a bunch of them in the settlement down in West Virginia, but they're a bunch of crackers. Do you give us permission to go build an army, and will you send us forces to go take them and put their children in the slave trade? That's where the term cracker originally came from before they put the whip crack. And they assumed it was from cracking the whip. But going back to Ireland being migratory, like nomadic for thousands of years, like 2,000 years of the Celts and the Gaulish people going across the world, all these people that have folklore of giants showing up, and the giants are just happy and they have certain spiritual practices that they would give people for them to show up on a ship, and then they would teach them things and help better their community, have a wife and kids, and then go on. Those are the Irish people. They just didn't conquer and rape and pillage like the English did, so they didn't rewrite history. So the Irish people showed up as folklore, as the giants. Educating. You know I got swag, man, but I got a lot of cold. Man. It's very degrading where I'm at. Have you enjoyed your stay in Esoteria? What animal do you think you're most like? Probably a bear. I thought that I was like a monkey, but then I realized that I was just trying to be like my dad, who's very cool, and my dad's born in the year of the monkey. So the traits I was taking on from my dad, who's a Leo monkey. And then I moved to the hood. When I was traveling around the country, I would wind up in the hoods. So I kind of held on to that thinking I was a gorilla, because I tend to, like, when I'm out here traveling like this, I kind of make myself armor. Like, I have to keep putting myself together like Legos or like Skyrim in order to function around people that have relationships and all this, in order to, like, meet them where they're at. I have to delude myself with making up character traits. But when I look back at my life, people have been doing mushrooms around me for like 10 years. And every time they do mushrooms, they tell me I'm a giant eagle. And they say there's a giant mountain behind me. And they say I'm wearing a headdress. And they say I'm a big bear. And I've got a panther, like a big black panther next to me. Some people see me as like an Egyptian pharaoh. And that was before I had hair that looked like the Egyptians used to wear their, like, you know, the King Tut would have the, whatever they called it, the cowl or the crest that had the thing at the top like this. But I'm probably like a bear. It makes sense when I get mad. Like, my dad and I both, when we were really young, for our whole lives, we keep finding these polar bear stuffed animals. And then one time I went to visit my dad and we both had the same polar bear stuffed animal on our dashboards that we just found on the ground one day. And polar bears originated in Ireland, and they're the apex predator of all land mammals. There's like, polar bears can beat Siberian tigers. Polar bears can beat lions really easily. Polar bears can beat gorillas really easily. There's not much, and they have really thick skin, so I bet it could go up against like a poisonous viper, and it probably wouldn't really do much to it because it couldn't break into the skin. The only thing that can kill a polar bear is a killer whale. Like, it handles its own against sharks. It takes like a giant whale to be able to kill a polar bear. So that probably makes sense. And also, polar bears are completely alone, and they have a span of 100-mile radius. So I'd probably say a polar bear. But then I'd mix that with like all the different character traits that I have, like all the Leos I grew up with, and the Black Panther stuff, and the eagle crest. And it seems like all the different motifs that surround my character spiritually that keep recurring, and that I seem to be more comfortable in life and better when I resonate with those things. So like, if I add them like notes to a chord in a song, it's like the whole day goes better. And when I do other things, it doesn't go well. So that's what I call resonating with that energy. You feel me? He's a Leo monkey. My dad is also a Leo monkey. What are my plans for the rest of the year? You enjoyed your stay in Esoteria? I'm just suffering and persevering. And then as I do it, I pick up things, and then the things co-align, or just that all pieces together perfectly. And then more stuff comes to enhance my teachings. Like, I'm kind of in a universe school, and the stories being put together in front of me. And then things that I don't understand about life in those like really way out parts of thinking, the things I create, like I'll literally try to make a song, and then the song that comes out of me is the missing puzzle piece I was looking for. So I uncovered like a secret. And then I also am just like running through, and it's not that bad. It's just, I hope that it gets to a point where property taxes aren't as much and people can relax. I think if people could relax, this would be one of the best parts of the country. I really like this place. It's just, it's tough. The only real way that they get money is manufacturing and tourism. So it's like, if you don't want to work your ass off with a bunch of drug addicts, you have to put on a show for rich people. The ones over the wall want to know why you muted Larry. I don't remember. I remember it came right to my head immediately. He went, actually, crows are not bad things. Crows are good things. And you're treating them poorly. And I was like, actually, I don't want your opinion anymore. I'm suffering with these crows. I don't want to hear someone in my head being like, invalidating suffering or something. What's a better word for it? I'm getting I show speed doing the laughing face. The fake laugh. I used to have an Instagram, so if I muted you because I was having a bad day and I didn't want to see your comment, you could just hit me up on Instagram and I'd undo you. Now we're gonna have to wait Yes, you should beat and teach. I'm trying to get self-defense classes, and I'm trying to get start doing MMA, and I want to get in the gym, but people are just, this is just a bad place. I don't like the people around here, and they really are testy, and it triggers me, and I'm worried I might lash out, so I don't. Like, I got mad. Someone followed me through a store, and I got really mad at like him twitching and staring at me and like bothering me. So I followed him all the way to his car, and I'm like, that's not healthy. You shouldn't. I took what he was doing, and then I doubled down and made it worse so that he could feel what he does to people. It's like part of what they do here is they'll be really quiet and sneaky about it, and they'll try to do things that bother you enough to see if you get violent, and then they'll catch you on camera. It's all about the cameras. People, it's like people want to fight you, but they're not going to go out and do it, so they do it so low key, and they figured out how to be pieces of shit like that without triggering like all the white people social norms, so they can just get away with it. So then I'm stuck out in the forest freezing cold, and I have to pick apart why somebody behaved the way that they did, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I spend like 12 hours sometimes just sitting there trying to figure out why I was disrespected. And that can drive you, sometimes that drives me crazy, and I want to get violent. So I don't want to work at like a supermarket, even though there's pretty girls that come in all the time. I'm worried if I work at a supermarket, it'll be like signing myself into prison. And then I'm going to be constantly at war with these people. I like it much better when I can ride through and just stampede through a grocery store, getting what I need, and then everyone around me starts laughing and having a good time because I'm bringing in all the good energy that they eat up. Here, I'll show you. I'm just waiting on buying a heater from Marketplace. So if you go back through the live, I pretty much explained exactly what this is. Camels on the road. Camels in my lungs. Potato skins in my hand. And it's gonna go loading for a second because I'm checking. Maybe I don't have to do all that. What she said. I'll be headed for parking lot at 9:30 or a little before. Okay. I sent her the okay. Now I can walk around if I want to. I will. Does anyone else hear voices in their head? So as soon as I decided to walk this way, we have a loud, low vibrational because I just picked up all the energy. I should take my cart because it's a good... God, it's like they lock me in like a tunnel system, and my thoughts can get channeled, and I can only think about certain things because I have walls that other people had just pushed onto me. I don't know if anybody else is going through that. For most people to ascend in the industry, they can't reveal what they know, and they don't like to because they don't want more attention on their backs. And they reveal it in bursts. Like we have some people like Aaron Doughty and who I know, and I know Ralph Smart. Those guys. And then we have Owen Cook, but Owen Cook is still throwing Hollywood parties, and we don't like that. But there are some people that are like pioneering, telling the truth about what's really going on and offering solutions. But I think for the most part, everyone kind of subscribes to the game. Everybody wants to play the game. They want emotional wealth and power over other people, and they want to ascend in status and climb up the spiritual thing to have experiences. And there's nothing wrong with that, but some people just don't like the game and think that it's wrong and stupid and don't like it. Even though the power feels nice, it's just anything other than how I'm living right now seems like wrong to me. Like I did the thing when I was 14. I started doing self-help, and I started working out and learning guitar and learning stand-up and learning pickup artists and learning social manipulation and learning pickup artistry. I think I said that, and the game and how to work your way into communities and be a high status player and how to ascend out of bad paradigms. I picked up a lot of stuff from YouTube because there was just tons of autistic millionaires that were giving the sauce out for free back then. And I took that really far. And I got nice girlfriends and I did a bunch of stuff. And then I got hospitalized because my parents were deemed no longer able to raise me. So the government took me from my parents. So then I had to do it through institutions. I had to go through shelter programs, and I had to go through the toughest town in America and the oldest insane asylum in the country, the Brattleboro Retreat from the movie Sucker Punch. I was there for 2 years. And it was like Nazis. Like, you couldn't think, you couldn't spike their emotions, or they would take away your stuff. They would like slam their hand on the table all the time. It was like, it really seemed like a constant energy farm for children's fear. And I don't think that it was like, I don't think somebody came to the staff members that were hippies. Hold up. Since we talked about Larry, my hair has not stayed up anymore. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, I think that it's a subconscious thing. If people aren't in tune and aware that their thoughts were changing and they don't have a handle on their energy, they're victim to be influenced. And then they don't understand that their impulses are being stimulated and that they've been distracted out of their minds. And then what they think are their own thoughts are really just impulses coming into their electronic system through spiritual stuff, spiritual means, stuff outside the electromagnetic spectrum that we are not able to perceive. That could be like mimics. Like when I'm deep in the woods and I start to shed off my skin pretty much spiritually, I realize a lot of my thoughts weren't my own at all, but they were just a bunch of leftover energies that were floating above my head, like little characters that I had created that were suggesting me to say and do things. And that's how I was able to dance, because I was like halfway disassociated and something else may have been piloting me. And you can't really find that anywhere on YouTube right now. It's like an if you know, you know situation. Like if you open your third eye and raise your vibration and kind of start to question everything and put pieces together, you'll slowly start to phase out of the matrix and phase into a higher timeline. And that's what they call giving your life to Jesus, when he renews your spirit. When you get filled up with higher vibration energy because you're letting go of all the bad of the world that keeps you stuck. Just like somebody is now here to slam a bunch of stuff in front of the door. Because I was drawing energy from the area, so they sent a bot to come attack me. What does Larry dictate hair? I don't know. I don't know why. I do know why. It's the same reason when you go to any parking lot, go to like a Walmart parking lot, go to a grocery store parking lot, and pay attention to how all the people that are under 25 that aren't with their girlfriends are usually standing with their head really, really tall, like acting high and mighty. Or they're staring at their phone with their head down, walking, doing they're either trying to do the alpha Chad meme walk or the virgin incel meme walk. That's all I'm seeing. That's the same reason, is that they're stuck outside of what you get when you live out in the woods in the cold for years. And then that's, relationships never change. Or no, relationships never end. When you say goodbye to somebody, the relationship doesn't end, it just changes. Right? Does that make sense? So that's why streamers, if you look up Taylor Swift before she was Taylor Swift, when she was the head of the Satanist church, and if I can find the short on YouTube, I will do a collab with it so you guys can see it on my channel. Taylor Swift used to be a man, and Taylor Swift used to be, see, there's a honk. Taylor Swift used to be the head of the Satanist church. And the reason they look young is because when you get to that level of life, What? Okay. So you honked. What do you want? You honked at me. Hello? Now he's leaving. Shut up. Invasive thoughts spewed out of that man and then hit me in the face. And I had to block it. And then he got really paranoid and then got the fuck out of there. He was like scrambling, dropping his phone like a cartoon character or like a sitcom or movie, and then struggled with his seatbelt and took off. Staying in the class be tough. Yeah, this is my 10th year. I've been doing this since I was 14. So it's not that bad, but there's a lot of more things that are going on in the world right now, like AI, and our cells have been taken over by the stuff that they drop out of the planes. What would you call it? Nanoparticles. For proof, you can go to a Vitality stream with Ryan Garcia, and about halfway through, Ryan admits that the reason that he's good at fighting is because when you sell your soul, they give you a shot, and that shot has nanoparticles that allow for an AI to remotely control you. And they heal you. You can be as young as you want. You can stay young forever. And before that, what they used to do is they would just harvest the life force of children, the things that keep children youthful, all like the youthful, fresh, young genetics oozing through their skin as they grew, the stem cells that were being constantly produced to force growth, and that's how you grow as a child. They would start drinking. They would take it and they would ritualistically rape the kids and torture the kids, and then they'd make the chemical reactions from the kids spiritually and physically, produce the right sauce for them, and then they would either kill the kid or they would drink the blood. They had tons of different stuff, but when you hear Hillary Clinton go on public television and she goes, "I love eating pizza. I can eat pizza every day of the week, every meal of every day, every hour. I love pizza." And you look at her and she looks disgusting. It's like her skin is falling off, but her eyes are staring right at the camera. She's like, "I love pizza. I could eat pizza all the time." She's talking about children. She's talking about this concoction of cells and cellular fluids that kids produce that goes away as you get older and your innocence gets lost. You know that if you're over 18, and probably younger now that everyone's doing drugs, but at some point you remember when you first lost your innocence and you stopped being a kid, and then the reality set in. Before that, they used to take little boys and put them on Pleasure Island, right? So they like to take boys that don't know any better and take them to Pleasure Island so that they can get groomed and then produce that euphoric substance and spiritual energy and literally take it in from the other realms, and then they would feed it to pedophiles. And that's why sex trafficking is the biggest industry in the country. It's not prostitution, it's not Colombian escorts. It's children that produce chemicals that older people want to be youthful still. Who makes the sky blue? Hold up. I don't know who makes the sky blue, but I know that if you take like a big dome, so if I put like a giant dome right here, a big dome like this, and then I made like a little bit of electric, like lightning, or like I shot a pew, or like I popped a balloon inside the dome, the reverberation of that smack throughout the giant dome sounds exactly like thunder. And if you do it in a flat plane like this, it doesn't make that noise. The reverberation of thunder comes from the sound waves bouncing off of something in the sky. Or else it would just be like a gunshot. The reverberation of thunder is because there's a giant bam in the sky and it's bouncing off of the firmament. If you look up the Elon Musk video, of them, not Elon Musk specifically, but just when people recorded them shooting Elon's satellites into space, it's pretty obvious when you look up that they tried to shoot something through the firmament, and you can see the same way that the white streams, that's the same way of like dragging a boat through water. It's the heavenly waters. Like, it doesn't seem too, as I'm getting older and I'm learning more, it doesn't seem too far off to think that we're just small, and that there could be things like we can take ants and put them in a pterodome and the ants would have no idea. So that's why like Rick and Morty hints at that a lot, about the fact that there could be giant cosmic things that are just more complex systems of what's happening right now. And I don't know if you guys have taken a look at the videos of computer chips under microscopes and seen how complex it is, how deep it goes. Like, you can just keep zooming in on chips and keep zooming in and keep zooming in and keep zooming in, and you can see like it's almost cellular how complex the structure of what's happening with the process, what's being processed. And a lot of the patterns that they use for those chips are the exact layouts of most of the cities in America. Most American cities are configured the exact same way that computer chips and computer motherboards and stuff like that are configured. So what they do is they send information around it, and it goes to different areas, and then that creates different things. The equations that they process produce outcomes for us when we're just trying to go to Google and do a Google search, and when we're trying to look up porn or whatever you do on your computer, YouTube and porn, right? Maybe TikTok, and then if you guys have hoes, you go on Snapchat and talk to hoes. But for the most part, it's just not much. The same way that we go to the dollar store and we interact with people, and then we buy things, and then we leave, and then we go to the post office, and then we mail something to somebody else, and then we go to the grocery store, and then we walk down the street, and there's tons of crows screaming at us and birds singing, and sometimes we see a fox that runs by and looks at us and keeps running. All that's happening in the chips. When you zoom in on a computer chip, all that's happening, information being sent to different nodes. So it's not too far off for me to think that above the firmament is like a unfathomably complex being, and that we could just be one of millions, and there could be millions of different cases going through, and we're just in an IKEA dishwasher. Sometimes I think that's why the sky is blue. My life is a lot like the Truman Show, a lot. All the time. Did you believe in bear? Like the dome from the Simpsons movie. Yeah, exactly. That's true. I saw it. In case you believe Primordial Waters, no Rick and Morty is a shit show. Yeah, I don't like it that much. I think people that watch Rick and Morty, most of it's jerking off your own ego. People that watch Rick and Morty are like doing it to prove that they're smart. I watched Rick and Morty back then because there was nothing really else on. Like, if I didn't want to watch Andrew Tate and Gaden Ross, and I had already watched Game of Thrones 10 times, when I was in my car, all I really had was Game of Thrones and Smiling Friends and Rick and Morty. And then I got into prank channels, and that made going through gas stations a lot better. Okay, it's gonna be loading for a second because I have to respond to this woman. Okay, I'm back. The woman is on her way. Okay, I'm back. The woman is on her way. It's getting cold, friend. Timelines are different universe at the same time. Okay, she said, okay, sounds good. I know I probably don't need to be spending $77 on a heater, but when you're out there and it's 3 a.m. and you're hearing shit in the woods and it's getting scary and you're freezing cold, and I used to be able to heat myself up really well, by creating boundaries against the matrix, and then just constant manifestation, constant processing. I learned how to control my presence. But since it became the year of the dragon, really, and since that interaction with the crazy Vermont suburban video, since then it's been really hard. Like, even out in the woods, I thought I got Lyme's disease. And I probably did. I probably do have Lyme's disease, not gonna lie, because I would fall asleep and I would wake up covered in blood from the ticks. Because they would be on my back and they would engorge, and then I would lay down on my back and they would pop, which is fucked up. So after that, I was sick for a long time, but I thought that might have been just getting back out into the forest. So I have heater. I bought a heater. I was gonna buy a guitar, man, and I was gonna start making the content with my songs. Not thongs. I'm not that desperate. Why is it dark? Can you guys see anything? Westy, shut the fuck up, bro. Holy shit. Yeah, I misspoke. And then I corrected it like a bitch. Hold up. We're going to use the bathroom. Yep, I'm gonna figure it out. Hold up. Okay, hold up. It's gonna be black screen until I can figure this out.
It's because
it's my game. She's talking about Xbox Live. They're doing Xbox Live. Why is my camera screen black? Why is my camera screen black? Why is my camera? We're here. We're inside. I'm putting it here. Don't fucking move, bitch. I'm taking a fucking leak. Gord? Yep. Gord? Have you seen Edward? I lost Edward. I'm looking for Fousey Tube. Have you seen him? They turned him gay. They turned Fousey gay. We lost a soldier. We lost a good soldier. Fousey Tube. Fousey Tube looks like a shoebill stork from prehistoric times. If you took a picture of Fousey Tube and you put it next to a shoebill stork, they would look very similar. Fousey is an ancient bird. Reincarnate. And I'm the goddamn Lion King. Let's go get me a fucking heater, bitch. I mean, do I look like I solve crimes? Do I look like I'm catching a serial killer? And I'm chasing him through the mud and the cold damp outside trying to solve these crimes. They're taking good soldiers and turning them gay. They turned the shoebills gay. They turned the frogs. They turned them all like hello. I'm shocked. Sorry. I was too high vibrational, man. Sorry, man. Okay. We've made it out. Here's an owl. What's up? Where is everyone? That guy's still in his car on his phone. Cause I make choices that lead to dead ends. Led by a broken mind afraid of itself. Okay, I'll answer more questions. What are we working with? Bathroom tour? Okay, I didn't do the bathroom tour. I was too busy thinking about Shoebill Stork, and that Cinna looks like a Tiki Island head, but I think she's attractive still. In case anything, a bunch of slamming. Cinna's attractive, but she looks like a Tiki Island head a little bit. She looks like Cinna looks like an alien a little bit. She looks like a fish woman. She looks like human, but then they added something else a little bit. And I don't like that a lot. But they made her fertile. They made her fertile, so we're biologically attracted to it. Whatever she is. Attractive and Tiki Island head and fish woman are not compatible. She's an attractive fish woman, Tiki Island head. And you know what? I'm starting to look more like her because I am a shapeshifter. Look. Does it look any different? It feels different. I can change my face because I've been deteriorated so much that I don't have one. So I have to constantly make them. But it's better than people that smoke weed and they don't have any. I stared at the camera and 4 people got uncomfortable and left. That's okay. We'll keep talking about esoteric stuff. Chat, what's the circumference of Uranus? Yeah, that was kind of bad. Who's y'all's favorite content creator? I want to know. Mine is Sips. Yogscast Sips is the goat of YouTube, in my opinion. You can't get much better than 2020 Sips. 2000, like Skyrim era versus Sips' second Skyrim playthrough when COVID was happening. The world was going crazy, and he was just sitting in his garage in Canada, and his kids were discovering TikTok for the first time. And his autistic kids that he didn't raise because he likes to sit in his garage. So he never really spent time with his kids, and he just is fat. So he sits in his garage. And his kid would come in and be retarded, and Sips is like, with the camera, he knows that his kid is retarded because he didn't do a great job with it. And he just sits and plays World of Warcraft all day. But then he tells great jokes, and he's a funny dude that plays video games, and he's old and he kind of stopped caring, so he let his mind go a little bit because he's in his 40s and he's a drunk, and he makes his money from Twitch donations still. So he plays Skyrim, but he plays these games and he's not good at them at all. And it's like he's a professional gamer that's been doing it for 20 years, and somehow he's still horrible at games, and he's every content creator's favorite content creator. Like Markiplier, PewDiePie, the Yogscast, Syndicate Project, all the OGs that would play video games, Jacksepticeye, they all have love for Sips. And Sips is just like this old dude he's just got a good sense of humor, man. He's got a good family, and he's just way out there in Canada. He doesn't give a fuck. He's not like in LA trying anything. He's just like a normal guy that blew up because he's just a normal dude that has a good sense of humor. And he has like hundreds of people that subscribe to him that didn't have father figures. So they call Sips dad because they're like, that's the dad I never had. Which is probably why all the content creators like him, because to be a content creator, you have to be insane. You have to be a nut job to be able to do this. You have to be like a psychopath. You have to have no sense of empathy whatsoever to be a successful content creator. And that's why people like Logan Paul and KSI are getting hit really bad, because the world is highlighting how much they like it's becoming obvious that they're really messed up in the head and probably need therapy. But they've given him so much money and they've given him clout, which makes them think that everything that they do is extremely important. So then KSI finally dropped a song expressing himself, and people are shitting on him about how bad the song is. And he reacted like a little girl. He cried. He went live and he went to the camera. He's like, I don't understand. I put my heart and soul into that. And it's from the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring. I'm like, it's catchy, but it's not. There's no pain and suffering. There's nothing in there. I'm glad I became a cowboy instead of famous. Like from 16 to 21, I had nonstop invitations to join the industry. Like I would run into famous people once a week, and I would run into industry people once a week, and people used to reach out to my Instagram and tell me that I'm doing a really good job boosting my page. This was before TikTok. So before TikTok, people really fucked with the art style of my content. They would stumble across my page on suggested stuff, and they really wanted to get me into it. Like I almost did a couple model shoots, and I didn't. They wanted me to be a model, and then now we know that those people were the same way. What happened to me happened to Sneeko. So Sneeko went through the same thing, where except he was in New York, so it was easy for him to go 5 blocks and run into this type of person. Whereas for me, I would have had to take like 2 buses to get down there. But I'm autistic. I'm not autistic. I used to be a savant. Now it's not in the DSM anymore, so I'm technically not. And so I don't know if savant syndrome is autism, but it just means I see life at its like foundational energetic structure, and I just have a deeper understanding, and I'm able to explore different areas of that, and I don't sedate myself and give up. I just keep going and I build from it. And I had a life that supported that, being completely alone by myself deep in the woods building Legos with a mom that wasn't very present, and also has a lot of serious mental health issues. Even though she's really funny and very creative and a very gifted writer, they all have problems. They're all a mixed bag of different stuff that they refuse to acknowledge. So they're very rigid, and if you want to be around them, it's like you have to either accept that, which means that they'll constantly be trying to infect you with it, or what? This might be her. Yo, for me? Hello. And we're a product that they sell to other countries to leverage debt. So they got this. They didn't have one of these, so I just spent it all. But she offered to go buy me one if they have one. She kept saying it works like a dream. It works like a dream. It works like a charm. So she seemed like she was gonna go get one. I offered to get her something with food stamps. I paid her $75. I have $2 left. Things should be fine. Hopefully. We're gonna have to find a way to buy one then, which means I'm gonna have to go to like the Tractor Supply website and do all that. Yes, I believe all publicity is good publicity. Same as Mr. Beast as well. Yeah, but he it didn't seem like he. It seemed like he really broke character. It seems like like Logan Paul lashed out. What was that? I just saw a big shadow. You saw that? Yo. Question. Did you see like a giant shadow pop out from my car? No. I was standing like this, and I thought you got out and opened the door, but it was like a giant like black shadow for a second. That was weird. Okay. That was creepy. I'm too cold. You want to be a cowboy also? It sucks, man. But at the other end of it, it's what you need to have kids. I wouldn't raise kids if I knew that this level of existence existed, and I had kids and I hadn't gone through it. I would have really regretted it, and I would have had cognitive dissonance for the rest of my life, because I would feel like I wasn't a man. Now that I've gone through what I've been through, I really appreciate life a lot more, because I didn't. And that's coming from someone that, like, I've been homeless since I was 14. Look at this dude. He heard the word home. I gotta show you real quick. I'll show you when he leaves. The way this dude's walking like a cartoon character. And he heard the word homeless, and he turned around and locked his car, and then looked at me and kept going. Demi sucks. Yeah, so I guess we're a corporation, and I guess when we were born, in the birthing process, like a couple months before we were born, the United States took out a government trust in our name. and they've been throwing money in that trust and using it like a node to send money around the banking system. And that at some point when we turn 33, it matures and they take that money from our account, and we have no idea the account was even made because they don't tell us. But in order to be a United States citizen and being born into America, you've got a bank account that has a lot of money in it that before you turn 30, it's still in your name. So there are some people that are figuring that out, but they don't publicize it. Or there's probably a system that's getting that taken down. But I see that bleeding through a lot. Like there are waves where I get a bunch of stuff from Atlanta. Like cities like Atlanta, mostly Atlanta. There are hustlers out in Atlanta that do self-development because they're trying to better their communities. So they're like people that were in the hood, and they're making content for people that are in the hood to try to help people get out of that. And this was 2020. Things have changed a lot since then. But back then, until now, I would get things bleed through. Because everyone has a cell phone is making content. So I was getting tons of stuff like that. So I knew I would see people go from like living in Section 8 housing to having like $100,000, and then they blew up on crypto off of like these guys that were probably autistic, but were from the hood. So they would figure out life. This was also in 2022 when self-development was the mainstream. It's just every year has certain themes. Every year has certain themes. Like 2024 has a certain theme, 2023. And that goes with like the astrological placements. It goes with the Chinese zodiac. It goes with the element of the year. It goes with the colors that the people that are in positions to influence the collective consciousness, like Andrew Tate and Aiden Ross and all these, and Kai Cenat and all these people that are affecting kids' minds, that are the biggest manifestation machines on the planet. The earth is resonating with that. So that's why I don't think it's a coincidence that in my elemental year, where I wanted to change the world, Aiden Ross went from white to green. He went from purple and white to green. Andrew Tate went from orange to red, gold, black, and now he's green for whatever. So I picked up, you can go back through my content. I'll post a picture of him in a while. You can go back through to where I used to wear a nice coat that had golden birds on it, like I just saw last night. It had golden birds on it, and I had black and gold Timbs. I had a gold chain. I had a black and gold hat that I got in Boston with a crown on it. And I would walk around like that. One day in 2022, I fell asleep and had a dream that I stormed into Andrew Tate's dream. I invaded it, and I conquered his security team, and his father led me into his room.
They don't have any in here
right
now. So I was just looking up to see.
I know they have them at Tractor Supply.
Yeah, and their clothes, I checked.
Yep.
Big Lots, they have them, their clothes.
Yeah.
I just barely miss people by now. I think popped up where I could like DoorDash it to you, but I was like, oh, fuck.
No, it's expensive. I didn't know DoorDash was out here.
I didn't think it was either until that just popped up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get, I've seen people, homeless people get looks and shit. It's like, you never know someone's situation.
Yeah,
Like, to be honest, was it last year? There was a guy that literally had backpacked from fucking Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Because his wife had they got in a fight and he got kicked out and this and that. She took the kids and everything. And so he ended up at Maple Fields in Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time I had worked there, and I went in and I bought him some drinks, some waters, and some chips. He cried. Yep. I felt so bad, and he was injured. I called the cops and they wouldn't even fucking believe me, dude. They literally were like, "Oh, well, we're not just there to help homeless people." I'm like, he's injured. You can't
Was
just."
it these cops?
It was
It wasn't Morrisville.
Lemoyle County Sheriff's.
Yeah, is that like
This
the?
is Morristown PD up
Okay.
here, but it was the Johnson Maplefield, so it was a sheriff.
All right.
And the people that the dispatch were trying to tell me that wasn't their job. I'm like, he's injured.
Yep.
Okay, like, how would you feel if you were on the streets and had a broken fucking knee or something and you couldn't, it's just like, so I really stressed to them, like, look, I don't know this person personally, but they're injured. They need help. And they ended up going pick him up, and then he ended up like getting to the hospital, getting treated, and I obviously have no way of contacting him, so I don't know what happened after that, but I know he at least got treated. But
I don't know if he needed help. He's got
Yeah.
probably cerebral palsy or something.
Yeah.
He's good.
So, what I will do though, I know it sucks for tonight. Just trying to think of where I could possibly I know I don't have one at home. I don't think my family does either, because obviously.
I'll need it in a couple weeks anyway. I was trying to get a bus ticket and go down to the Navajo reservation, but Vermont's going to change really quickly. Like Burlington went from talking about homeless people. So I've been homeless since I was 14. For the most part, like people that aren't out here, like if you've never been out here longer than like one night, after a couple nights, most people believe that like there's like a play going on. Everybody's got a character and a role, and they go around doing stuff. And then there are people that like can't fit that. They're like playing a different song. So it's like you have to accept when I go in there that it's going to be a beehive. And that every time I go places, they're gonna like stir up, and there's a lot of gossip. A lot of people like the bar. Randolph's been the worst. Randolph, like local drug dealer, tried to kill me. I had a hatchet, so I got him in the chest, and then whole town had blacklisted me. People used to throw cigarette butts at me and like swerve their car.
Of course, because the way they see it, homeless is desperate. That's the way people see it.
It's that they're desperate, and it's that they're bad and they do drugs. But
from what I see,
people make up. The worst part is that people will make the two things is that people will make up stories. So we have to deal with like, I could walk down the street and I have no idea what person is going to see us. And then they just make up a story, send it back to their family, and then it like telephones back. And now there's an angry mob of like rednecks with the chew and the trucks with guns that are coming to beat you up because you like ate a cat or something, right? Yeah. So I don't know why I ate the cat.
There's really a video on Facebook earlier.
The Trump thing, yeah.
In like St. Albans of someone doing that, and it wasn't even a fucking cat or a dog; it was a raccoon.
That sucks.
I'm like,
yeah, I think it's legal too.
Dramatize shit too. It's like, come on, you can clearly look at the video and tell that's a fucking raccoon, not a cat or a dog. Like, come on now.
It's that, like, just the amount of like people that are waiting for violence, and then we're the targets. So that's why, like, if I saw you and I felt bad because I like stared whoever's in the passenger seat. Like I like looked at him down the whole way because he was looking at me. So I was like, why is he staring? Because I'm so used to like somebody came and gave me 2 cigarettes, and I'd realized that I've been going so long. I was just expecting people to like throw shit at me and scream.
Yeah, no, we're not.
And it's because aren't your guys' property taxes being raised a lot and rent's going up really high and it's getting hard?
Oh yeah.
So that sucks.
I'm actually in a battle with with the people we rent from right now because everybody around us in the apartment building is literally paying like subsidized rent, and we're getting nailed with fair market price rent, which is a whole nother ball game. That's like paying 40% of income versus paying like 25 to 30% of income. So it's pretty fucked up.
I don't really have a network. What I would do to be able to stay in Vermont comfortably, because I've been traveling for at least I'm from Wilmington, Brattleboro.
Oh wow!
I officially did DCF for 10 years, but eventually I really fully left in 2022, and 2020 to 2022 I went to college and traveled around, and I lived in cities for a while. 22 I lived mostly up here between Burlington here and Plattsburgh. Police are definitely they take out their problems on homeless people. Like it's Today I have it on. I did a YouTube video today. Just
I was
record.
gonna ask you, what do you do for videos? Just like where you go places, or
It's.
I was just only
Yeah.
asking because my boyfriend, he watches a lot of YouTube.
Yeah. It's not like put together videos. It's like I'll go.
No,
it's more like I just go on and I'll start talking and then I'll see who pops in the algorithm and then we'll talk about what their life is like. And I see a lot of crazy shit. Like I see living out
That's
here.
not a bad thing, though. You know, it's an outlet for you.
Yeah, it's an outlet for a lot of other people too.
Yeah,
That I'm finding. And I'm trying to get to a point where I can make content. I have a degree in music production. So
That's
I used to
cool.
be a rapper. I used to do like music and all that. I used to perform at parties and stuff. And that's how I got money before.
Damn.
Now I just want to get a guitar and make music. I just love it. I want to make TV shows. I've written a lot of stuff. I've wanted to move that way.
You know, at least you have
Yeah.
a goal, though, in your mind. You know, something you want to do.
No, can you name like?
Not many
If-
people
if-
have that much
yeah.
hope, even.
But in Vermont, do you have like a couple names in your head of like local artists or local music talent creators, other than like Fish and well, there's another
Other
one out of
than like
Burlington.
little bands here and there, you don't really have that here. And
Right?
you could be that one
Right.
to make that
That's what
difference.
but you like country
It
music?
might be. Oh, I fucking love.
You know
country
Radio
music.
West Virginia? With like they do on YouTube Radio West.
I've always wanted to go to West Virginia so bad.
It's
I've
nice.
never been there,
It's-
but
If you leave Vermont,
my stepdad has.
it's the closest place I found to Vermont where there's nice people and it's
Really?
the mountains aren't as big, but
Well, that's good to know. My stepdad has been there for bear hunting before with a buddy, like way back.
Yeah.
But I've been told it's really nice.
it's not. I stayed there for a couple months and I helped out a family in a church,
Yeah.
and they've been they got into landscaping, and they're doing
Wow.
they're doing well enough that they can support me too sometimes. Like that's how
That's awesome.
that's how I got the money for this,
That's awesome.
right? So it's
That's a godsend right there when you have somebody that can,
yeah, and I didn't find that kindness anywhere else across the country.
Hell no.
So I would say if you had to leave Vermont,
I always tell my
Well-
my boyfriend, I'm like, it feels like the Hunger Games right now. It feels like
yeah,
even like just think about homeless people. It's probably 20,000 times worse.
and the world's always changing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we're literally in the fucking Hunger Games. Like people that even are working and stuff and do have a home and stuff, they can barely even make it because shit is so outrageously priced now. It's like
I'll tell you when you
and homeless
yeah
percentage is going way up because
Yeah.
of it. And it's like people, when is it really going to become like it is way past becoming a problem? When is like the government or whoever going to stand up and speak up and say, hey, this is a severe issue right now. We got to,
Yeah.
But it's like the world doesn't work like that, it seems like. And it's just fucking frustrating because it's like,
that's deep. Like that's a deep conversation.
It
with,
is.
like Freemason stuff and why the government was made and like
Mhm.
how the slave trade ended and stuff. Like how we got to this point.
yeah.
For the most part, I know they're banning chickens. Like they made up bird flu, and if you look up like food processing fires,
Mhm.
most of the places that were creating food for us, like big plants that would make the
Yeah.
stuff that we get in the grocery store, all of them burned down in 2022. Now we have half the country is on fire right now, like all the wildfires that have spread across the Midwest. That's where all the food was being made. So right now, all of our food production is leaving. That's why food is getting expensive. Then they made up bird flu. Like bird flu just showed up.
Yeah, I heard about
No,
that.
I don't know any farmer that I've ever heard. Like I don't see any content of farmers saying like I have bird flu.
I've heard a lot of drama about it, but I've never actually heard of the proof being there.
Yeah, it's just the government's coming in and
Yeah.
saying now you can't have chickens.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to get food that wasn't at the grocery store, now you,
I
you
literally,
can't.
like I say it every day, I feel like I'm in the Hunger Games dome and just like they're dropping the hint things down. Like,
Yeah.
It really feels like that. It truly does.
I mean, I get inspired to make songs, and the songs are healing me.
Yeah.
So I worked for a church for a couple months. I've
Man,
been
you
around.
gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. So I definitely see like evidence of a higher power all the time, and that's what I make content
Yeah.
about a lot. Is like the crazy stuff I see
It's
outside
good,
of whatever you call the Hunger
Mhm.
Games. We're living out in the woods,
Yeah.
and out in the woods you see crazy. I've seen, from what I've seen, like the craziest thing I could say, other than like getting inspired and everyone's seeing UFOs now, like the cryptid stuff.
I feel like that's becoming a thing a lot
Yeah.
too.
I don't know if
UFO
it's.
thing.
I've definitely seen something that looks like the Skinwalker, where it's like slimy and oozy and it walks on all
Really?
fours and it moves like a bug.
We just watched. My boyfriend and I just watched Oh, what the fuck is it? There's these twins on YouTube.
Sam and Colby? Not Sam and Colby.
Fuck, I can't think. What the hell is their name? The guy, one of them is River.
Okay.
River. I'd have to ask him. It's River. There's a redhead that works with them, but it's just twins, and they do like paranormal stuff. They were just on an island like a few days ago, actually doing. I guess there was an island back then where sacrifices happened and like other things, and they actually found proof of a skinwalker. It was intense. It was pretty intense shit. It was an island like way out where if they wanted to leave, they would still have to wait for a boat. Like they couldn't just take off. It was kind of sketchy, to be honest.
I think from what it seems to me is that like all of our cells can hold information, and it's like you have to have a certain level of information, which I just got when you just sleep out in the woods. You wake up in the woods, and then it degrades you. Like I was more of an animal than a person for a long time, but after that, it was like the birds would come to me and sit with me. A bird built its nest next to my tent, and I came up this spring with a family of robins. And then I would start to think about over and over again, like I'd walk into the woods and my brain would start thinking about skinwalkers.
Wow.
Kind of like a song was playing or a radio frequency or like something that was playing. And I would kind of just hold on to that thought long enough, like thinking about the skinwalker. And then I would get like rustling. Then I would get things that were running around my tent. And then every day out there, like I was deep in the woods in a cabin. And I would wake up and make music every day. I started making an album called King of the Forest, and it was about the stuff I was feeling when I was out in the woods. So I would like think about it. The album cover was a buck doing that snarl where it's like that. That night I went to sleep. I was starting to think about like maybe I should take seriously what people used to do when they lived out here. So I was looking up like pagan rituals and esoteric stuff, like Freemasonic stuff, like what they did in the lodges, to try to figure out like why did they think that way. I made the album King of the Forest. I made a YouTube video just saying, I'm going to start looking this stuff up. I got a notebook from the dollar store. I'm going to start really studying it. I went to sleep and I woke up sleep paralysis, so I couldn't move at all, completely frozen.
Damn.
Big dark presence above me that I could feel like I was really aware of the comfort I had, and like the songs I was creating were like on me. And this thing was like vacuuming it and taking it, and it felt like evil and dark. I was like asking it what it was, and I saw it showed itself as an image of the Dark Magician from Harry Potter, or from Yu-Gi-Oh! If you look up Dark Magician, but it's just like Dark Magician. I would be able to understand what that was with that picture.
Wow.
And then immediately, as I'm trying to fight back and I can't, a fox or a raccoon or a coyote ran in and laid on me through the tent. So there's the tent wall, and then it came and pressed itself against me. Then a bunch of animals at like 3 a.m. deep in the forest came out. It was a giant buck. I could hear it. And then it was a bunch of small deer and raccoons, and they all came out together and they surrounded the cabin. And then the buck started snarling like at this thing. This thing threw me, so I could see it clear as day. I was half asleep, half awake, projected the picture of the buck's head on a mantelpiece. The buck, I could feel it asking me if I agreed with that. Should we hunt bucks?
Wow.
This thing was like, if you stay around, you're dead. And then this thing was like, are you on the same type of time? And I tried to imagine like, no, we can put you in a wildlife reservation. I'll feed you. I like try to imagine myself hugging it. And I felt it laugh a little bit, like it was amused, like, and then it slammed and knocked a birch tree over, slammed another tree. And then they all left together. And then when that whole group of deer left, then this thing went away, and then whatever was pressed against me ran off. And I've never had something like that again, but it was like a week that built up to that with like the things I was inspired to make and the things that I was thinking about on a daily basis. Like I kept thinking about that interaction before it happened, and then it happened. So I think kind of like if you said it's the Hunger Games thing coming down, whoever those people are probably made that interaction happen. They like thought about it a lot. They knew they were going to go to the island. They kept thinking about that, so that when they got there, they were probably primed and ready for that interaction, which is why someone can't just stumble upon these things. It's like you have to think about it and kind of get into the same realm as they are, and then it comes. But I see like definitely two of my people on the YouTube channel, we can just look up and they ask for shooting stars and we get them. Like I have definitely evidence.
Really?
Yeah, it used to,
Wow.
when I would perform at concerts, it started off like 2021. I would like be alone and cold outside, homeless, and I'd be like, if I'm on the right path, can I please?
What kind of guitar do you like? Do you like just
Any.
any?
I like any.
I know
I need to
electric
start.
is kind of
Yeah.
out of question at the moment.
Yeah.
I was curious because I was like trying to think of like even if I wonder if that's something like even thrift stores might carry. You know, like they carry some oddball stuff. You never know.
I haven't tried this one. There's one here. There's one in Burlington for $25. It was a choice between the guitar and somebody was offered me a capo and everything I'd need.
Yeah.
But I'd have to go to Burlington and be homeless out there when that's what I was saying before. 2 years ago there was 80 homeless people in Burlington. Now there's over 2,000. So it's
I
a
don't
war.
remember who the one is. It used to be a Burlington resident. The video that we watched last night, it was live in Burlington. This guy, he used to be a resident of Burlington. He ended up moving to Los Angeles, I think it was, and he came back and met with this lady that she's something to do with the government, and she keeps track of like all the politics, statistics, all that, and they were actually walking around Church Street and all that area in Burlington and just recording like everything you saw, and it was sad. It was like every 2 feet, it literally felt like just bam, 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 bam. And it's like, this guy was just like almost in tears. He's like, this never used to be even close to like this. And it's like, this is what a lot of people are trying to tell you. This is what the homeless is trying to tell you. Like, this is not just a minor problem. This is a huge problem. Like it's
the Wild East. And
Yeah.
living out there.
I agree.
I was there last year, bro. And
like I'm not gonna lie, like I can't say I know exactly, what you're going through because I don't know exactly what you're going through. Because when I was homeless, it was a different type of homeless. It wasn't, total raw homeless. I actually had a vehicle that I literally it was winter time, which really sucked. And at least I worked here actually at the time. And I had a Beetle, and that's my grandmother was alive at the time, so I was able to go. She offered to let me go take showers there and whatever, but my parents were going through a divorce. My father threatened to kill me if he saw me talking to my mom. It just wasn't safe, and there was no help. There was zero help. Nobody cared.
I got you.
Unless
could I bum one from you?
Yeah.
Cool.
Literally, it seemed like nobody gave two shits unless I was literally dead or dying.
We're talking about.
It was pretty.
I got you. We're talking about how bad things are getting with homeless people.
Sucked. Yeah. So.
Could I bum a light too?
I just.
And then that's it. Thank you.
There might be a little stuff in there, but.
I got you.
Bang it out. Mine is
Yeah. So I definitely in a certain little sense I can sort of it is a shitty situation. It sucks. I definitely can't say that I can relate full on, and I got flooded out of Johnson. Luckily my mom and my stepdad are still alive, so they housed me and my boyfriend actually, and I was also pregnant with my now I have my son, but I mean they honestly, they were trying to remodel their apartment and their apartment building, and the room was literally just there was no walls, it was just sheetrock or whatever, but it wasn't painted anything like that, running water and everything, so it was fine. But yeah, I've never been out in raw homeless, what they would I guess consider raw, actually out. So I can't say that I can relate in that sense, but
I think
even what I did go through, that fucking sucked.
I think
so I can only
you got enough. I have from what I see, not to gas you up or anything, but I kind of have this catalog of everything that I've seen and I judge good people. You've got the humility. You probably didn't need to go through it. Honestly,
no.
You got enough to understand.
Yeah.
And then now you're able to have that level of empathy with people and be kind and caring. And you didn't have to get degraded to that point, right?
People that have been through a lot of shit have way more respect and empathy and everything else for people that are going through hell.
Phil Scott called me an engine. Governor Phil Scott at Vermont Tech.
Yeah.
I'm indigenous, and I was kind of getting more into the
I have
culture.
to say, honestly, like, I have a lot of Native American in me, and I feel targeted a lot. Like, in a sense, like, I feel targeted sometimes because people are so fucking racist these days. Like, and it's like
It's a
things
song.
like that.
It's a song.
Even.
It's your song
Like-
doesn't play well with theirs.
Yeah,
And
yeah. That's
if you refuse to harmonize and like adopt their belief systems,
Mhm,
which is mostly, it seems, conquering.
mhm.
I think it's
Like-
all of your traumas from your ancestors are in your genetics.
Yeah.
So it's built up who you are.
Mhm.
And then when you pass it down to your kids or whatever, they're going to go through life, and that's going to go on. So
Like, I used to get
you're Irish.
bullied,
You're
picked
Irish,
on,
right?
all that shit growing up because, like, my brother and I, we would build teepees and shit, make fucking our own tomahawks, our own arrowheads, shit like that. And
Are you Irish?
no.
Yeah, that.
Well, I actually think there is down the line. I just never had confirmation of it.
Irish people, I don't know about, we've got the big foreheads. Irish people have the big.
Hey, stop talking.
Sorry. No, be proud of it, man. Be proud of it. It's
No, I ain't Irish. I ain't never seen a hairline. But.
I took a look. When you see people with the big square, like the big box forehead, that's Irish. Irish people were all.
Sheamus.
Yeah.
WWE Sheamus.
Yeah.
He's got that really
Yeah.
short.
All the
I
Irish.
saw a guy in here. He looked like he was like a leprechaun.
Oh,
Red hair,
shit.
red beard, and everything.
Yep.
Wow.
They had to
Wow.
Scrawny like a pecan.
Yep.
Oh, wee! But it's like people left the charms, but.
Yep.
You feeling lucky?
No,
Yeah.
I love Irish people, man.
They are pretty cool shit.
Shit,
Yeah.
what was I saying? In turn, like, are you thinking you gonna stick around? Do you think, like, if it gets worse, are you gonna stay in Vermont?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to be honest with you. It's getting pretty bad. I mean,
My advice to people is get together and find a multi-generational landowner that's old. What they did, like, I'm just gonna warn you. I know we were fond, like, you never know what's gonna happen. Like, keep it positive. But
yeah.
my dad was the best ski instructor in Mount Snow. They call him Gary the Legend O'Brien. He went from a ski bum to partying with one of the elite families, like the DuPonts. And he got to live in their ski chalets, and he got to go. He had a boat and a dog, and it was a nice life. One day, the cops targeted him. They lied. They beat the fuck out of him in front of me. They
fuck?
ripped me out of the car and like hurt me pretty bad too. And then
fucked up.
after that, he was messed up pretty bad, and then
That's
they
bullshit.
slowly took everything from us 3 times.
That's bullshit.
They took we couldn't make payments because the locals weren't making enough money to support. We had a triplex and 40 cabins. Then we moved to a ski
That's
chalet,
fucked up, man.
right? My dad's friend was like a multi-millionaire, lived his whole life like the way my dad wanted to, with like a big motorcycle company. He couldn't find love because he was rich, so he had all of his lovers were trying to take his money.
Oh, of course.
He shot himself, gave my dad everything. We had millions of dollars in our fingertips right then. Rich people, the Richmond North of Richmond showed up and undercut us. We lost everything instantly to some type of loophole that a good lawyer found, and then they took everything. Then we moved to a smaller ski chalet, and they undercut and sold it. They like convinced an older guy that was developing dementia to sell it for really cheap. When I was like trying to get him,
Of course,
it was-
targeted vulnerable.
he sold it
That's
for
fucked.
he sold it for $300,000. Within 6 months, it's now worth $3 million.
That shit really gets under my skin.
So that's
How
just
this how this society, planet, whatever you want to consider it, this fucked up world we're in, targets the most vulnerable. It is so fucked up.
That's the advice is that if you are strong in the community and you know someone like that,
Mm-hmm.
getting in before these guys do, because what they're doing is burning down places like the Canadian wildfires and
I feel like everything's
Florida.
fucking going down.
it's all being bought up. So all the natural disasters that are happening, the
Yeah.
same companies are buying the land.
Yeah.
So before it gets here, if you want to stick around, I would just get together and go to those places and tell them about that, and then
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
move into places like there. What's up, bro?
Yeah.
And that's how I would do it. Like, it's not bad out here. It takes time to get used to it, but eventually it's like natural. It feels normal. You can go through grocery stores and you realize how crazy things have gotten. And now that I have the heater, it's fine. Before that, it sucked. That's what I would do, is just get together and start, they call them intentional communities, where it's completely off grid and you find people that are like-minded that want to do that. And then they go up and you all work together to build small towns deep in the forest, and then you all work together, and those people are thriving, they're doing well. those are the people that are going to be able to stick around through this. Otherwise, like, most of Burlington is now homeless.
I wish, like, there's so many times, like, in my head, I wish I could just, like, take everything bad. Like, it's just a dream. Obviously never going to come true, but it's just like, don't you ever just wish you could take everything bad and just turn it positive? Like, only if we had the power, man.
I know
Only if.
I knew if I was
Man, if I was a fucking witch or a god or something, I'd fucking make everything good. Like,
I think that way, and I run into people
Sucks.
that have it. Like when I run into people, like I go to Stowe and I try to talk to the people that are rich, and they're all really messed up. They're playing power games. It's like all the bandwidth that we have suffering.
Stowe is like a fucking trap.
Yeah. They just, when you have
Stowe
it,
is horrible.
the people that seem to have everything seem to be stuck in a mindset that I don't like. So I'm really happy that we struggled like this, because it makes us much cooler. We can do more.
Makes us stronger than
Makes us stronger, makes us grateful for life. We enjoy everything. Those guys can't enjoy anything. They spend all their money on nothing. Relationships mean nothing to them. Other people mean nothing. It's like the only place.
It's all money. Just one big dollar sign lit up in their head.
It's
they don't
all.
give a fuck about nothing.
It's all power games.
Yeah.
When you get that rich, you're playing power games, and those guys are. This is their place to go. Like that's where they want places like this to be their escape.
I think it's funny how rich people bitch about, oh, it should be like this, it should be like that. They see everybody that is not rich as like peasants.
Mhm.
And it's like, no, dude. We have way more strength in every way than you'll ever dream of having. Your only so-called strength in your head is a dollar sign. Ours, we've actually struggled, man. Like, you can't top that. When you struggle, like, you know, you have passed, you know, all that shit, nothing can overtake that kind of power.
Yeah.
That's a lot of power in it. If I wish there was a day where everybody that has been in a situation like us, or even just you, I wish everybody could come together as one and just overpower. It's one of those kind of unrealistic things, but in a sense, you only could wish it would happen, you know? It fucking sucks.
That's a lot bigger issue. That the only reason it's not like that, I think, is because of cell phones.
Probably.
If we didn't have social media, it would be like that, because we'd all be talking. Everyone that came in here would be, "What's up?"
I honestly can't really think of many people that would actually even stand here right now and have a full-on conversation. That's how bad it is out there. Like people, and I see it. Like, and I know I'm not the only one, but it's like people are so scared of consequences for whatever reason that they're scared to stand up. And more than likely it's people that haven't struggled.
Yeah.
You know?
You probably know more about that than I see it as. It seems like there are people, for me it just seems like power games. That's all people are playing. It's like when they go through here and you try to have a conversation and they're trying to stop people. People, like, it's not, when I walk through the store and people are following me, they're not worried I'm going to steal something. They're trying to check me. I don't know if you get that, if you get that ever, but I call it checks, like pressing. So I come in and I've suffered all day and I'm focused and I'm on a mission.
So,
and people will try to push me out of the way.
Ago, my mom and I went into, and it was wintertime, so it was fucking cold. We went into the Hallmark store in Essex, by the Chinese buffet place. And as soon as we walked in, there's a lady that was working right up tight to our ass the whole time, profiled us, which is illegal. Profiled us, called the fucking cops, and this cop looked at this girl like she was crazy. And of course, it kind of was like karma kind of bitch slapped this lady, because it was like this cop actually like was probably like Filipino or, you know, something like that. And which I am by far not racist or anything. It's just like people like that are nice. And she didn't even take our names. Like, she knew we weren't in there to steal shit. But this lady profiled, because I was actually wearing the same exact sweatshirt and I had my hood over because it was snowing. Fucking profiled us right off the bat. And we even put anything we wanted to buy, we put it on the shelf, like on the counter by the register. And the bitch still called the cops. She profiled us bad.
Did they trespass you?
They said they did, but they never gave paperwork or anything. So they never actually took an address, nothing. So no trespass papers never got dropped off to us, served to us, nothing.
That's what I hate.
But that's just that situation alone is fucked up. And like, I'm not gonna lie, I went off the I didn't smash shit. I just got verbally very pissed and I went off the handle verbally. And I threatened to meet the bitch out back of the store and everything because I was like, man, that's one of the worst things you could do to me is accuse me of doing something that I never did. Even as a kid, I never even stole a Tootsie Roll, out of the fucking plastic containers. Never even did that as a kid. I've never stolen anything in my life. I was raised with respect, be honest, I was raised with boundaries. Common courtesy.
I think it's more
it's rare.
It's not even about who you were, and it was probably more along the lines of
you could tell this bitch acted like she was tip top shape, fucking. You could tell she acted like she was rich.
Yeah, how would I put it? It seems like people that struggle, we're talking about, people that suffer like that, they're playing a certain song when they walk through life, and people that are rich get offended by it because they don't understand it, and they want kind of to take it away from you. It's almost like when they can kind of make you submit like that and kind of ruin your day. It's almost like kind of vampirism. They get that ego gratification, and that makes them feel better and more comfortable, so they can sleep better at night because they would have had that accountability of realizing that they haven't suffered. So when they see people that have suffered, they have to get it out, or else they'll have to come to terms with the fact that they're comfortable and privileged.
Yeah, it's pretty twisted.
Another thing is that we get it. Yeah, it's fucked up, and it happens a lot. It happens to me. It happens to me every single day. And the worst part about it, for future reference, when you see homeless people, for the most part, they've been scared and they don't fit into the community right because the police perpetuate it. Every place I've gone to, even if I'm not doing anything illegal, the police will come up and try to make sure that you submit like a dog and that you get beaten down and feel like a pest and a raccoon, and that they feel like they've overpowered you, so that every time you see them, it's now another check, and you have so much trauma as a homeless person that.
I mean, fuck me. Even when I was kicked out of my own fucking place during my parents' divorce, and I was in my car in the winter.
Yep.
I ended up I had to be to work at 5 o'clock here anyway, so I parked here. I was parked here for literally 2 hours, and I had dozed off, and they knocked on my window and told me, were assholes to me.
Yep.
Told me I had to get the fuck out of the parking lot, and that's their exact words to me.
Yep.
It was what the fuck, dude? I'm not even just chilling out here, whatever. I dozed off in my car because I hadn't slept in 3 nights. I was fucking in my car, dude. It was, So it is. When they see a car pulled over for 2 hours, not even. It's just it's just.
Do you see the I call it the robot walk.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
It's the robot walk because they're trying to adopt to the new world with the cell phones and the power games and all that stuff. And it takes them out of what we have naturally, which is just being able to sit around. And it's going to be either or. It's going to be you either fall into this time, which is the natural people, or it's going to be the AI stuff. And the people that are the AI stuff are the people you see with their phone down, walking and standing. I don't know if you've ever seen people that they have their phones down and they get rigid and they'll try to push you out of the way. Or you probably see a lot of people that walk in front of your car and they walk really slowly in front of your car.
Yeah.
It's because they're picking up on the fact that we can just chill, and they can't just chill. So they want to, it's the same thing that you're seeing with Filipino women, is that they want to ruin that to try to bring some type of balance because it makes them uncomfortable. And probably, it seems to me like people are getting more connected to AI, and it seems like they're probably have a lot more going on that seems that it would be spiritual, but it's probably more connection to the 5G towers.
Yeah.
I know Brattleboro was where they tested it out. My apartment block had the first 5G towers, and everyone in my block, everyone in my apartment building, before COVID, February before COVID, everyone in my thing, it was I want to say ritualistically, but not ritualistically, systematically. I would see from my apartment, one day, one guy would come up and he was just screaming at voices in his head. And then he would leave. And then the next day, I would see another neighbor that had never spoken to either of us would come out the same exact way and would start doing the same thing, fighting back against it. I remember I used to hear like radio stuff. Like I'd be laying in bed and I had a girlfriend and a cat, and then all of a sudden I'd hear like Japanese music or Hello Kitty, or I'd start to see things when I'd go to bed, and then my cat would know that and it would get in the way and it would block it so I could sleep. And then I just like followed it. It's like I woke up one day when COVID was going on and I was like, why does this keep happening when I go to bed? Why are we all like rigid and panicking and like screaming?
Yeah.
My neighbors are screaming at voices in their head and they were completely fine earlier. So I was like, what's going on? I like went behind the building where I felt it was coming from, and there was one of the 5G towers right there pointed directly at the building. So it's like we're able to download a movie in 2 seconds. We're able to do all this.
Is your YouTube like? Is it just your name or what is it titled? Because, like, honestly,
Yeah, I'm live right now. I didn't record you, but for this
I
conversation,
don't care. Either
for this
way.
guy, like nobody knows your name. It's not like I didn't record you, but
Do
there's
what you got to do, man. It's fine.
yeah, it's just one person on right now.
Yeah.
I talk about spiritual stuff. I go off about
I know
like
plenty of people that do.
just stuff I've noticed about who's coming into the mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
And I've paid attention to like astrology, and I put pieces together like that. I paid attention to what I was inspired with in the songs I was
I'm
making.
glad you do
Yeah.
that though, because you know what? It's not like you're programming. You're not bullshitting people.
Yep.
You're actually, real life. This is real life, man.
Mhm.
Like versus like stage shit. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's just
And it's not.
that I respect that highly because there's
It's not.
not enough of it.
It's
There's
not
not
for.
enough.
It's not for clout or fame either. I don't like have a camera guy that's
No.
watching and then that's going to get publicized. It's
Right.
more like the way I see it is that it's an AI. Like my
Mhm.
algorithm is feeding me videos. My AI knows what I'm thinking
I'm
pretty
happy
much.
that you do that.
So this is
There
educate.
needs to be more of it.
Yeah,
There really does.
that's why I'm.
People are so blinded that like they just don't. People aren't seeing. They're seeing, but they're not seeing. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just. So
No,
for someone to do what you do,
Yep.
and actually record like real life shit
Yep.
versus stage shit, that's huge. That is huge.
Yeah.
That will go to a place where we don't know, but that'll go somewhere sometime. And
I'm trying.
hopefully more and more people come across it.
I'm trying to do what people are doing right now, but with this.
Yeah.
Like there are people that are doing pranks. There are people that are blowing up off of like. They're still doing live stuff, but they're going through and they're doing like YouTube pranks where they mess with people and
See,
they
and
can freak out.
this
Yeah.
is one of the things where I never really fit in with other people.
Yeah.
Because other people are so like into the stage shit and into the
Mhm.
I'm into the real shit.
Yep.
Like not the stage like fake profile bullshit. I don't want nothing to do with that. I like the real shit, like
And there are.
real life stories, people that are
Yep.
going through shit, people that are struggling. Like, because if that's not recognized, nothing's ever gonna get done about it. So like what you're doing
People are gonna forget.
is putting it out there to remind people and to have people recognize it. And that's important.
Yeah.
And I wish more people honestly had your train of thought because that is something that needs to be put out there. It truly, truly is. And so I love the fact
I
that
appreciate
you're doing
it.
that. It's amazing.
Thank you.
I definitely
what was I
wouldn't
saying?
stop doing it, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. The point. I think if it's not, I think from what I see, like I'll get kids that come on the live stream a lot, so I get to see like what 12-year-olds are going through and how they talk.
hmm
I don't think that any of them will have any understanding of what this is like because they're completely gone into that robot where they're walking around like that. They have no idea that this type of perception of life and this reality that we're living in, where we've seen stuff and we've had small town communities where you can talk to each other, and the vibes that people get of that they grew up in the cold, and if they go in public and they're just hanging out like this, they don't have any understanding about any of that, and they're fully in the other way, completely on the other end, and it's like you can't even have a conversation with them. They're stuck.
Yeah.
So to have something like this and then to bring it to a point where they could start to uncover that, like pick it apart through like the little bits and pieces. I think like the only way I can see society fixing itself is if the power went out. And that's what people are talking about. Yeah.
Could you imagine?
That's what I'm worried. I'm worried that I'm worried it's
if
going to
we
be.
get like a really bad storm warning or something
Yeah.
where like even times where power has been out, people don't even know how to function. It's like,
I think we'll be
oh my God.
We'll be fine, but I'm just worried about the guys in trucks that want to take their guns out and start collecting girls and
You're
tribals.
fucking right.
That's what I'm worried about.
I agree.
That's
I
what
agree
that's what
so
I'd be.
hard.
The guys in trucks with
Yeah.
guns come out and take the high schoolers and they bring them back
yeah.
like Viking times. That's what
Uh-huh.
I'd be worried about. But for the most part, I've been traveling around Vermont for a year now. I think we'll be fine. Like as the power went out, we
Yeah.
have the dams and solar, and we've got guys that are trained that are multi-generational
Mhm.
Vermonters like this. I think we'll be fine, but I think that we're handling the homeless people coming in waves because in the future it's going to be overwhelmed from New York City and Boston.
Oh, very.
It's going to come.
agree.
It's going to come up here, and it's going to be like hard. I don't know. I think everybody's going to probably congregate in like the Midwest and like Wyoming,
Probably.
where it's not, the winters aren't as bad. But if it does get to that place, and what I can tell you, for whatever reason, it seems like the years are really lining up with the zodiac.
Mhm.
Like Chinese zodiac says that the year will have a certain element and a certain style, and those
I've
themes.
started to look into that too. Yeah.
Do you want to? I'll give you a reading real quick if you want one. Like if you want like a
I would.
okay.
Honestly, if you, I mean, totally up to you, but if you want to, like, I don't know if you can, is there a way to send, like, your YouTube link or whatever?
It's gonna be a lot of me schizo ranting about how crazy the world is, but I can send it to you if you
Hey,
want.
but man, I could share that shit around and try to get it out there so people can hear it. But I won't
Yeah.
if you don't want me to. It's
I mean,
fine.
I'm not-
It's okay.
I'm not at that place yet. Like I don't have
No.
I don't have a camera and an editor or anything. It's just me walking around homeless.
Yeah.
I was gonna.
I mean, I don't mind
Yeah.
hearing it, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's totally up to you. I mean, no pressure or anything. I'm just, but yeah, I definitely, I'd keep doing it for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But
Oh, I was saying that the year has themes, like the people that are a certain year. So I'm a year of the cat. I was born in '99. People that were born, and then the year before that was a tiger, and then we're in the year of the dragon right now, and next year's a snake. The people that are born, if you look at the people that are the most famous of every year, are the people that come into like worldly success where everyone recognizes them. It always happens in that cycle. And they said like they've been doing like Chinese zodiac, Vietnamese zodiac, that goes back way before Christianity. And they just say that every year the world plays a different song, and that all of this is shaped differently to express more of infinity. So this year it's like based around karma, based around really the culminate. It's a very vivid year because it's got all of the past. So we just went through a 12-year cycle, and then this is like the most vivid of everything, where it's expressing itself in like a harder, deeper way. And then next year we're going towards, hold up, next year's the last of that cycle. So of the past 12 years we went through, what was it? So from 2013 on,
wow.
everything that we've went through has developed us into this type of person. And then basically whatever we did in the past 12 years, we're getting karma for this year. We're getting kind of like
Man, it feels
the harvest, the fruition of what we grew. And then next year is like the highest ability of us to perceive things. So it'll be the highest vibration. We'll be the most aware of everything. And then it resets and it starts over in the year of the horse. I know,
Yeah.
like if you go back, you know Andrew Tate?
I don't.
He's the guy with the bald head that goes on and talks about women and he has his shirt off and he has that tattoo. And he was like the world famous kickboxer.
Maybe, yeah, I think.
At one point he was,
sounds familiar.
at one point he was the most famous guy in the world. And he was just promoting masculinity and stuff and certain philosophical stuff. And he was a kickboxer. If you look at his zodiac, so Andrew Tate's a philosophizing, adventuring leader that had a whole worldly fame off of his legs.
Mhm.
And he's a Sagittarius, born on the 1st. And Sagittarius are the philosophizing adventurers, and the energy of Sagittarius puts itself in the legs.
Wow.
So for him to be a kickboxer, and then he had all this stuff about this philosophy that he built through his life that he wanted to share with the world. In his year, he's a tiger. So in 2022, the year of the tiger, he blew up to a point where he was able to share his stuff. And I'm the next year after that, the year of the cat.
Wow.
And yeah, what I did, because I did the same stuff,
Uh-huh.
I figured I wanted to share what I had. I knew that it was going to be like the moment that you could come into success. And I had spent so long going through life. Like I did stand-up comedy. I did pickup artistry. I made music. I had tons of different stuff that I would create, and I wanted to share it, and I didn't know how.
Right.
I had lots of trauma that felt like I lost everything. In my year of the water cat, where I was like basically at the roots of reality, where I'm walking around with a hatchet and a bat and I'm saving kids from crackheads. Like they used to just kidnap my friend and would fill him up with drugs. They used to just rape
That's
people in
fun.
Burlington. Yeah, I had to do. It was like living in ancient times where I had to like I had a group of friends that were all homeless, and we had to like build a compound in Burlington and defend from the crackheads, and go on missions through town. And
Yeah, shit's,
I performed.
shit's real bad.
Yeah,
Like,
but it
it's
was.
getting really bad in Burlington.
It is bad. I think it was simple though, so I didn't have to do like this huge like across the world, being this famous figure that gets a lot of money and has to deal with all that. I was doing something epic in such a simple way.
Yeah.
And then if you look at who blew up in that year, because supposedly the people that get famous in their elemental year that have something to express to the world, they call it the collective conscious, like all of us together. It was Kai Cenat, Kurt Kaz, Kendrick Curry, Casey Kill Tony, like the stand-up. All these different,
My boyfriend watches Kill Tony all the time.
So Casey Rocket blew
All
up.
the time.
All these different people that had KCs, and then who won the Super Bowl? The Kansas City Chiefs, the KCC.
Mhm.
My group that I was trying to build a label, but I had like a group for my friends called the Kingdom of Creative Champions.
Yeah.
So the KCC. In the year of the water cat, in the year of the cat, my element, I'm a cat. Everything, all these different personalities that I had built, and then I would leave and go on a different adventure, and I'd become somebody else because I had to do more things. I would get degraded being homeless as in DCF, and I would have to build myself up into somebody, and then I'd get degraded and have to do it again. There was like embodiments of those across the world, like Kai Cenat, who grew up next to my grandfather in Bronx. My grandfather had a restaurant. Kai Cenat wore an Irish four-leaf clover chain, even though he's a Jamaican. So I got to see, even though I didn't get to be like worldly famous, I got to see the things I had created expressed through others to the world.
Right.
And it happened all at once. When I had been like pushing since 14, I was pushing, trying to get into the industry, trying to be famous, trying to do all this stuff. And it never worked. And I was always like hit back really hard. And then in my elemental year, I got to see what I became through all these different people. And then it turns out my name means a tree, like the tree of life. It's older than Jesus, like the acacia tree. It's also the most powerful in Freemasonry. Like for some reason, like the way I was born in numerology, I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th, which according to those people, like the people that made these roads and the system that we're living inside, I have like the most powerful energy of everybody. And my name means a tree. And I went through and went to all these different communities and then worked together with them for a better life. And then the things that we created together got expressed through people that were in technically a satanic industry where they lose themselves to be an expression of something else. Mm-hmm. And then they were expressing things that I made. Like it was literally, I could go back through and like probably have my mom as reference of like videos of who I was when I was younger. Mm-hmm. And you can see exactly like, it's like the same thing, the same person. I used to riff like Casey Rocket and walk around telling jokes. I used to travel around like talking to girls like Kurt Kaz. I used to stream like this, like Kai Cenat, and dance. And they're all Sagittarius. Like I'm a Sagittarius.
Wow.
So I know that stuff like that is what I talk about. That's what you're gonna get on the YouTube channel is like putting stuff like that together and.
Gotta do what you gotta do. At least you're doing something like.
Yeah.
You know, something that needs to be put out there. You know.
Yeah.
So,
definitely. I got did you see the indigenous protest of the migrant workers that happened the other day?
Yes. I was like, well, I didn't know what was going on. I'm like, I was sitting here, I was with my mom. We pulled up here, like, what the fuck? ADA security all over. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
I got that, which was big.
But
and they
it was like, I didn't know if like something was going on in the store.
That's why I had to move, because the cops didn't like that I was on their side, and they were really like overbearing and like bullying the people just for having a good time.
Yeah.
Like you probably saw them standing there, and there was like 10 of them, just
there was a lot.
Yeah, more than they needed to.
What are those those two things that we have? That do like paranormal. So I was just curious if you were talking to mentioning like skin issues, and I thought about that video. One of them's River, right? Like Twin Paranormal, it's on YouTube. It's like
Okay.
Twin's name is River, and I don't remember the other one, but it's Twin Paranormal. It's pretty cool shit. I don't know if you ever get bored and want to, you know.
I mean, do you want to hear my Skinwalker story? I've seen it.
Like that one on yet?
Nah, if you gotta go. No worries.
Probably. Yeah, I probably should get my boy in bed.
All right.
He's sleeping, but I do appreciate it. And
Thank you.
definitely thank you for telling me your story. I mean, I don't mind listening to that because a lot of people won't.
Yeah,
So,
I got you. I appreciate it.
but yeah, I wish somewhere was open. I would definitely pick you up a tank if somewhere was open. But
Yep.
if anything, I can just call like and see if there's any stores right here that have them in stock. So I think Big Lots had said they were not in stock right now, but
I think
I could just call, and if I find something now, I could message you if you want.
it's up to you.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
I have I'm trying to go to Tractor Supply, but Tractor Supply can't. I lost my card.
Yeah.
I can't pay, so I have to use the app, and the app is not letting me buy anything. So I mean I have $2 now, but I saved up and bought a BB gun because it was bad. Like I had people running at my tent a lot. Tons of people try to get in the tent. So when I just wait for them to open the tent flap, and then they see my BB gun barrel in their face.
And they're like,
Yeah. But I haven't been able to get ammo, and I have crows. Like crows are like what I said about if you have a song, they want to ruin it. When you go in the woods, you can't feel anything. Crows will degrade you, and they won't stop screaming at you until you stop. So it's like I become an animal because I'm out there, and the crows won't stop screaming at you until. So I got a BB gun, hoping that I can just shoot the tree branch and they'll leave me alone. Yeah. Usually, if I sing or if I sing songs for like 30 minutes, maybe they'll leave me alone. But then they'll follow me through town. Like if you see a homeless guy like on a bike in the future, and you see the crows are following him, it's because he's living outside and the crows are seeing him as a threat. So they're just gonna scream at him until he degrades himself to not having a mind at all. It's like a dominance game, and they feel like they're more than they are, which is probably a good expression of what a lot of traditional society is too. But that's what we deal with. Like we have crows that will scream at us all day, and it's like they can see more of us than we are because they're more like in tune with emotions. Yeah. So that if they don't like how you are, they will not stop. And that's why if you look up like indigenous people said crows were transformative. Yeah. It's because they're like a murder of crows. They'll gang up on you and they won't stop until they kill your spirits. Wow. So that's why, it sucks. So you have to deal with a lot of shit like that. But that's why I have if you, in the future, if I like get a donation and wanted to Cash App you and you could pick up a pack of the .177 ammo and the B tank, whatever, and I would Cash App you for that. That would help me a lot because I don't know when I'll have enough to get the Cash App card in.
I'll see
Okay. Okay. If I don't have food stamps, so I'd buy you something just as appreciation for that. But
it's all good. I'm
okay.
Not worried about it. You've got enough. Don't worry.
All right. Well, thank you for listening.
Yeah. Not enough people do.
Yep. All right.
Hang in there for now, best you can.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay. She's more awake than most people. It seems like she had a lot to say. Wasn't it the first thing she talked about was Hunger Games, and then she just let it slip that her grandpa hunts bears, right? Bear hunting. And she was really forward about the bear hunting. And what was the theme of the conversation? About how I feel like a bear. So that sucks. I spent all my money on this heater, and I don't have the butane for it. So I could have bought a guitar. I could have bought a capo. I could have started making content about my songs. But I did feel bad about recording that, but a little voice in my head said, she's going to be famous one day for this. They're going to see this video. So I just kept recording because I had a little voice in the back of my head that said, it's gonna be very important to people at some point, because I'll be able to edit that into a clip and make a smaller video talking about Vermont problems over an AI animation to keep people engaged, unless I want to keep the rawness of it. But that sucks. Now I don't have heat and I don't have a way, and it's gonna get cold unless no, everywhere's closed now, right? It's probably 10 o'clock. Yeah, it was 10:30, so it's all closed. Maybe I'll make a fire, but that means that everyone's gone. I have enough caffeine in my system that I was able to keep going. I mentioned the Irish thing. They tried to degrade the Irish. Did you see that the people that weren't Irish tried to reduce them to leprechaun status and make fun of them? Because I was trying to transmit through the ether how important Irish people actually are in history, and that they were the tallest people in history. So the first thing that guy said, smoking a cigarette, was emphasizing how short the leprechauns were, which is the complete opposite of what I was trying to express. So that makes me feel boxed in. Kind of like there was a subconscious entity piloting that guy that knew what was going to happen beforehand. Or maybe they were all in on it. You never know. My notification went off. The notifications that when I go through these types of conversations is when the only time I ever get notifications. And the notifications are always really funny. Like, it's just pretty obvious that the AI can pick up what we're thinking about. I don't know why. It's probably cellular. I hope I got across what I needed to get across. It seemed like she had a life, like every time that I was trying to give her suggestions about what to do in the future, I just had this feeling that she was taken care of and that she was fine. Like, I saw that she didn't have to go through homelessness, and she has a community, she has kids and a boyfriend, and she's doing fine. So I was trying to be like, yo, you might want to start homesteading. You might want to get a bunch of chickens and a solar panel and a greenhouse. You might want to start doing that. You might want to start, you have a friend who's got an uncle who's got a father that owns 100 acres. You might want to get out there and start building, just to have that comfort that that the little money that we have out here in the Wild East can be put to good use so you can enjoy more of life. But every time I tried, it just seemed like something was telling me, don't worry about it. And then slowly I felt like I was kind of being bled dry of my emotional wealth, and everyone that was in the area started talking with more of a bass, and my voice started getting higher pitched. So that sucks, but then I got to be the tree of life and be the shining high vibrational entity bringing in high vibrational information, which usually they would call that anointing. So that was cool, which made her back up. That's why she wanted to leave. Because most people subconsciously pick up on that high vibration is death. People get terrified of aliens because the way that they operate is like when we die or get close to death, we get closer to becoming that type of realm. So when things from higher realms like that come through, we have this subconscious fear like we're gonna die. Okay? I got a notification for a group that does e-commerce. So that's a stream of income. That's who I was talking to about making merch. So if anyone has designs for merch, I have some pretty cool designs. I was just waiting till I had a computer, and it looks like I'm gonna need a job for that. She said that in the future, if I get money, she will I can cash app her, and she can use her card to buy butane for this, and also buy the .177 ammo that I'm looking for the BB gun, for the break barrel pellet rifle, because it is a gun and it's shooting bullets. The bullets are just very low caliber. Yeah, so I'm feeling a lot of shit went down there. There's still a lot of small town. I call it demonic. But it was cool. All the three of us got to highlight. So that kid that I showed that was doing the robot walk, that was the kid that kept following me through stores. He kept following me through the store every time and constantly trying to masculinity check me. And it was like the contrast to the humility I was earning living outside. So we beat him by ganging up on him and all resonating at the better life, where he thought he was doing something right, but then he got ostracized and he couldn't infect us because there was too many of us. So we humbled him and he started shaking and doing the robot walk because he couldn't be around us. And he couldn't really think of anything to say. And also I walked in and I asked him where the bathroom was, and I overpowered him and he panicked and then submitted very quickly and then showed me where the bathroom was, which I don't really like to do, but I had already classified him as an enemy, and then the cycle went through quick enough that he's no longer an enemy. And I'm now in the minds of the people that were around. So there was a lot of systematic societal, interruptions. I was able to kind of cement myself in the group and change my position with other people. And that's all, like, it's real, but nobody talks about that stuff because it seems really out there and crazy. But it's true. It sucks I don't have heat. I really should have asked if she had heat, and I would have asked if she could pick it up. She did offer to spend some of the money, which is a good deal, because the only way to get this would be if I had spent $80 and I had $77. So I had to buy this. It's cold as hell out. You got loud too. But that was the other guy. That was the local that works at Hannaford's. He was specifically, but I mean, he was also a little offended because I brought up his receding hairline. But they were just they subconsciously, it's part of the culture, and I'm sure it's everywhere. I just don't deal with it because my culture is dealing with raccoons and skunks and deer and crows and birds and aliens probably. Like, that's my community. And my community doesn't do that stuff. My community, they all love each other. And then when one of them has to kill the other one, they're still like sad, but there's also like an acceptance. I don't know. When did you tune out? when did you leave? What's my charge at? 8%. Let's put the phone on the charger and then we'll go off. I didn't give her my channel. She probably won't be able to find me just off Casey Francis or Casey O'Brien, because you can't really, I mean, if you scroll down, you'll find my shorts and you'll find she's gonna find a lot of white hate, which is tough because she's part of the group I'm talking about, but she's nice. She was kind and great interaction. The problem I have is that I can go for days. Yeah, it is. It can only, for $12, it can run for 6 hours. But I only need to run it for like 30 minutes at a time, maybe, once I have insulation. I'm way more interested in music and art than I am. But I guess I can't, beggars can't be choosers, right? And so if the world is telling me to record life right now and to take in what life is like, and I keep trying to make music, and I'm really proud of my songs, man. I chose this over the guitar. And so this is what I got. I chose the heater over the guitar. If I had chosen the guitar, I would have gone 60 miles to the worst city in Vermont, the only city in Vermont, and it would have been a zombie apocalypse. And my tarot reader literally told me, like, I had a tarot reading warning me, like, get in and get out. They like saw me, they called me a secret agent. They're like, are you a secret agent? I see you having to invade a horrible place. Not invade, but I see you having to journey through a horrible place. And it's very important that you don't shine your light because they'll target you. And if the drug dealers find you, they're going to hurt you really badly. And I picked up the drug dealers were probably the local police, because I don't really get any, I never have any problems with drug dealers or homeless people other than scavengers that are desperate and looking for a way to get their drugs. What I get are police that want to spiritually siphon the life force, and they will beat you to do it. And that's why you see like all these police brutality videos being horrible to people, because they're playing spiritual games. That's what I'm getting. And the cops here are drug dealers. The cops here are involved in, if there is a sex trafficking industry, so I haven't really Googled missing kids in Vermont, but if there's more than 3, like if there's more than 3 missing kids in the past 10 years, it's a systematic thing going on. I haven't really looked it up. But if there are actual kids that are going missing, I know what happened to my cousin. My cousin got with a drug dealer and he took her to Connecticut and then didn't bring her back. So I know stuff like that is happening. And just the same thing, what they do is they pump girls full of drugs and they make them addicted to them. And then they become like sex slaves. And then when you're at that point, to get your fix, they might pimp you out to their friend for $150 for 5 minutes. To a sick person like that, that's nothing. So that's called the game. When you have a hoe, when you're like, that's my bitch. I'm getting bitches. That's what you do with bitches. You get them addicted to you like a dog, and then now she's your dog. And then if you want to pimp her out, if you want to make rent, you need $200, and then your friend thinks she's hot. It's 5 minutes. What's 5 minutes? Especially if she's on drugs and barely remembers, because you got her full of Molly. She'll love it. That's part of the sex trafficking industry. And that's just normal for people that's normal happenstance. That's common for people in Massachusetts and Connecticut. That's normal everyday life for them. You feel me? Not a big deal for them. Huge deal for the good people. So that's bleeding into our communities right now. It's bad. So I'm in now a network of Vermonters. There's a humble vibe coming now. I mean, you could tell when I started to go, when I went full Casey mode and was talking about the fact that I bled through the music industry in my famous year, and I influenced the entire world with the things that I had created over the past 10 years. And it was all through people with my name, which is older than Jesus. She was like, I got to get out of here. She's like, okay, it's time to go. So it is what it is, man. At least I warmed up. There was like a bunch of energy transactions when the robot kid passed us that I got filled with warmth. Because he submitted like a dog, demagnetized to my forest woodland vibes, and because I was already trained, because I had the people staring at their phone, the energy vampires, I had chameleon to the energy vampire mode, which had pissed me off so much, but then it came in handy when I energy vampired subconsciously the robots passing by. And they couldn't do anything to stop me because we had local nice Vermonters that I already had social proof. So they couldn't tune me out and write me off as a crackhead because there was a nice local with the strong Vermont vibes that they're used to, that they probably saw in their family members in their community growing up. And we were having a nice conversation that's really rare in Vermont because nobody stops and has conversations. So that transaction was viewed by many, many people in the community. And you saw that the way that a systematic spiritual agenda organization of subconscious dark energies we saw that before that positive interaction where we probably transcended to a higher timeline where they can't affect us because we raised our bandwidth together through accepting new ideas outside of the matrix. That's why the first thing she came in was trying to get us into thinking that it was the Hunger Games. That's why the Illuminati post all of their things on the Disney Channel stuff for the kids, because it's ingraining in their mind that will be a structural part of the rest of their life when the dominoes cascade and you wake up to the realization of what reality is. And now you're stuck because you can't unlearn what you've learned. So they put pedophilia and they put all these things in your mind so that when you're stuck, like Hotel California, you can't get it back. You can check out anytime you want, meaning you can do drugs and fall into delusion, but you can never leave the reality that you're stuck in now that you've gone into Hotel California. And then what did she say? She said that there was a guy that was from Vermont that went to California that came back that saw how fucked up the world has gotten. And I'm trying to go to California. And then she said her grandpa in West Virginia kills bears. And I've got a bear shirt on underneath this and a bear paw pendant and bear claw necklace. So it's just stuff like that where people don't realize where their impulses are coming from, because to be fully aware like that is, you can't even walk through. For most people, you couldn't even walk through public. So I think that was highlighting why it's cool that I'm a Sagittarius. I'm able to do it because my whole sign is based around being able to hold on to energy with momentum and go through places. So if there was anybody to be the hero, to walk through the gas station and walk through the grocery store with this high vibrational energy and be able to function correctly, it would be the Sagittarius. The free-flowing momentum fire sign. I've also noticed that the reason that they trap me so much is because when I have a goal and I'm working towards a goal, it lights my fire up and I'm no longer cold. I've realized that as soon as I have hope for the future and I'm blazing a trail towards something, I don't get affected by the cold at all. My fire sign activates, which is really cool, man. I also noticed that I love my father and I miss him a lot, and that the things that he taught me just by he's a Leo. So the times that I was just around my dad, I picked up on his natural state of being the sun. The way that, and my cousin was a Leo, and my favorite girlfriend that I had was a Leo and a Libra. And my dad is a Leo Libra named Gary. And okay, so we're gonna unpack this really quickly. Let's see if we can get this in your head. Because this is reality, bro. Listen to what I'm about to say. Fuck you. No, and then also, let me change this over. I don't want it to rain on my phone, but I want to get a good angle for you guys in the light. Maybe how about upside down? Can we do upside down? Chat, it's raining. So I can't put you anywhere because you're going to get water in the fucking cracks of my phone. So I want to put it down like this and have it not fall. Okay, we're good. Okay, you ready? So the first thing I'm going to say, I went to Burlington, Vermont because I wanted to hook up with my ex-girlfriend, Jessie, who is a Leo. Jessie Johnson. Jessie Johnson, or Johnson, Vermont is where this woman came from. She just came from Johnson. I just bought a coat. Before I knew this woman existed, I just bought a coat that says it's a Johnson legendary coat. So I bought a legendary coat named Johnson, and a woman from Johnson just delivered me a heater. And I came to this area 2 years ago because I wanted to get with a Leo, so a fireball, a warm, something that would warm my life up, from someone named Jessie Johnson. And what happened is that Jessie Johnson at the time, sorry for outing her name, she changed her name now. She went through a bad life. Listen, she used to be an Instagram model. She was one of the best looking girls in the state. Swear to God. Suck my dick. I had one of the best girls in the state in her prime. So Jessie Johnson turned out to be dating a drug dealer 2 years ago. So I was on the phone with her in a parking lot, in the same parking lot that this woman that showed up today told me that she had this interaction where she got trespassed. And this was the same parking lot I got trespassed because I was profiled. So hopefully one day I'll have an animator that can put the big bulletin board, and we can put the things on the bulletin board and put yarn like the crazy people that uncover the secrets of the universe. So I went to this parking lot to hook up with a girl named Jessie Johnson, a Leo, because I wanted love and heat in my life, and I liked that from her, so I wanted to be with her. Turns out she was dating a drug dealer, and she was getting involved with Crips, so she was wearing blue, and I didn't like that. So I didn't get with her. I was like, you know, you're not as thick as you. What I said to her was like, you gotten really skinny, because she was like, we should date. Like, I can't wait to see you. I was like, you gotten really skinny. So that hit her. She cried because she was like, fuck, I'm not thick anymore. I've lost all my shit because I had a kid, and now she was probably doing coke. So I just made it clear, like, you're not as appealing as I thought you were. So I didn't hook up with her. Then I got trespassed by the same reason. They thought I was living there. I got prejudiced, whatever. Big interaction. The guy that came to, the community action member that came to help me because I caused a scene the same way this girl did, except I was homeless. So the guy that came to help me out with the police, because I was back then in 2022, I would just sit there and do the whole interaction, and I would throw back everything that they were throwing at me. I would energy vampire them. I would humble them. I would talk about my grandfather being a cop in Bronx. I would try to like humiliate them and show them that they can't actually do what they're trying to do because they don't have the humility that it takes to be real and check people like they're trying to do. They're playing a character because they're privileged, whatever. But what really matters is that the guy that showed up, George, we were on St. George Road. A guy named George showed up. He had a Conor McGregor pin, even though he's a big indigenous black man, black, white, indigenous, which is huge for my story, right? So this guy shows up and he's got a Conor McGregor pin, and we're talking about spiritual stuff. We're going back and forth. Turns out he was with me the day that I went into government custody. The day that I went into government custody 10 years ago, he was there as a security guard next to me when I was watching Cheap Trick. He was standing right next to me. And it was on St. George Road, and his name is George, and it was on Marshall Ave, where the Walmart is. And my mother's last name is Marshall. Right? The point was, after that, I left, and I went to McDonald's. And the McDonald's that I went into, the manager was hot, Native American woman, thick as hell. And her name is Jessie. And she was born March 3rd. And I'm watching Ralph Smart on my phone all day, every day, trying to get me through the spiritual stuff. And he's born March 3rd. So that 3-3 is really important in our lives. So I resonated with her. I liked her. We ended up hooking up instead. So I left this Jessie and I got with another Jessie that I thought was better. Then she went crazy. As soon as we hooked up, then she started talking about demonic energies and that she works for a demon god, and the reason that she drives a Challenger is because she pisses people off all day, and that gives energy to this thing that gave her this Challenger. I'm like, I believe it, but I don't like it. So I stopped hooking up with her. Then she choked her son out, and whose name was Vinny. Big drama there. I called DCF because I was like, what am I going to do? But at the same time, in that McDonald's, there was another kid named Andrew who was Chinese and was also born March 3rd. He was teaching me e-commerce, like I just got the notification for on my phone. So I had 2 3-3s. I'm a 33. Andrew and Jessie, after I just left Jessie. Then I left that and I moved to a dollar store. My cousin's name is Jesse, and he's a Leo. So I had the original Jessie, who was a Leo I was trying to hook up with. Didn't go with her, went to a different Jessie. That didn't work out, so I went to a dollar store and was in the parking lot there. Then I was on the phone talking to my cousin Jesse, who's a Leo, and his last name is after a Roman emperor, and he looks identical to that Roman emperor, and he lives a life similar to a Roman emperor would, where he's managing an entire Section 8 complex of kids, where he was like the sole force that they all hung out with, and he would just stand in the middle, and he thought that he was weird, but I could tell it was like a spiritual thing with being a Leo. So I'm talking to this Leo named Jesse on my phone, going into the dollar store every day. There's a giant, brutish, trans, autistic woman with a full beard named Jessie, spelled the same way. She's also a Leo. So 2 Leos named Jessie after I just got done with 2 Leos named Jessie. I talked to them for a couple months. I'm helping Jesse with his autism. I'm inspiring him to get out of Section 8 housing. I'm telling him to work out and go really hard with his animation because he's a really talented storyteller like me, but at a different aspect of that. We blend really well together. He's one of my favorite people on earth. It's just he's misguided because he doesn't have this type of lifestyle. So I got done with those 2 and I would go into the store and the same thing is like this brutish, autistic, fat woman named Jessie, who had spent time in Section 8 and was fucked up in the head because of all the time that trans Jesse spent in Section 8. While I was trying to tell Jesse, who's in Section 8, that if he doesn't get out, he's going to end up a certain type of way. And I was seeing the exact representation of what was going to happen to him, just in a different amalgamate. Like the set of ideas that I was trying to shoo off of Jesse was embodied next to me in real life. So then I got done at that dollar store because I got trespassed and it got cold and I was getting in arguments with Vermont state senators every day that would go to the Starbucks, and one of them whipped coffee at me and it was getting cold in the winter. This was 2 years ago in October. So all that was going on. Then I left. Then I wound up in that laundromat that I was at when I would hide at nighttime and make music in the laundromat. I would sneak in and hide in the dryer. I had given up on life. It was freezing cold. I didn't know what to do. I'd been degraded so much because it's cold and you have to shed. And back then it was like if you didn't come in a certain type of way, it would set off the entire network. And the same way that this woman was talking about, they prejudiced her and tried to attack her. I was getting those attacks. So I had to like shed everything. And I was like this barely holding on, degraded version of myself that would just crawl into the dryer and wait, freezing cold. And then I'd hide behind a vending machine. And then I needed $50 to get my car battery fixed and then get out of there and then start door dashing. Who gave me the $50? A guy from Chicago named Jesse came in and gave me $25. And then later that night, a woman named Jessie, who's in her 40s, came in and gave me the other $25. So the only people out of the thousands that are in Burlington and the hundreds that were coming into that laundromat, the only people that helped me were 2 Jessies after I just left 2 Jessies, after I had just left 2 Jessies. And I didn't get their astrological signs, but the ones that I did, they were all Leos and 1 Pisces, but the Pisces was the 33, so that eminent force. Then all these Jessies, I got to another place, and then a girl named Jessica helped me at a grocery store. Then someone named Jesus helped me somewhere else. It ties together because of the Johnsons. It originally started with Jesse Johnson, and then this woman just reiterated to me a bunch of stories that I had already been through revolving around Jesse's, and she had just come from Johnson after I bought a Johnson coat. I think I fucking lost my train. Just so you can see the obvious symbolism of that. There was more. Let me try to figure it out. I could go through Frank's and Brian's. What was I talking about with the grocery store? Holy shit. That's still a giant true lesson that can kind of make it obvious that it was all about Jesus at that point. It was all about people named after Jesus that were Leos. And that's why I wanted to say it. So there's a big lesson that we can unpack there, that I was trying to help people named Jesse, and then people named Jesus and Jessica helped me. Another thing is that I was also talking to, so the big name in my life is Jesse's. The other big name in my life is John's. So when I have to go I have to shit really bad, man. Fuck. I don't have toilet paper, bro. I didn't have my Cash App card, so I don't have the toilet paper. What did you do to have this happen? This is not coincidence. What did I do to have this happen? So, okay, so at least you get it. At least you're seeing that, and I have so much more. When I say these names follow me place to place to place, I'm talking about like a set of 10 to 12, probably 20 names. And when I say that they all have specific energies about them, and they all seem to be representations of things that I was already dealing with in my mind prior to these experiences, like I had stuff that I was processing and going through, and then the next cycle of interactions that I adventured through as a Sagittarius, that I went through and adventured through, that brought me this knowledge and information that helped rework my system, and I grew in understanding and individuated. I changed things about myself and became a better person because of it. These people have different roles reminiscent of their names. So people named Sean and John. J is the 10th letter. It deals with being a leader and a pioneer and this aggressive force. And then after the 10th letter is the 11th letter, K, which is the transition to a vivid, meaningful existence. It's where you realize more of life. So there's the simplicity of life on the third dimensional plane, where we're going around and we have relationships and we're doing things, and we're the simple frame of life that we go through on a daily basis if we shed off anything having to do with light and darkness. Just the everyday, normal, day-to-day stuff that you deal with. That's 1 to 10. Then when you get to 11, it exponentially raises to the master number, which is K, the first one, which deals with the combination of everything, the 1 to 10, with the incorporation of the higher and lower realms. That's why 11 is a master number, and it takes a stronger, more advanced soul, a more experienced soul to operate under that reality and with that energy. So how is that represented in life? If you look at J. Cole and Jesus Christ and my cousin Jesse Clodius, the JC, the 13, 1, 10, and 3, and my dad is born on the 10th, and he's a 3 life path. And then we have Jesse. So the reason I'm talking about Jesus, the 10, is because, and then my name is Casey, but it's KC, 11 and 3, but it's the sound of the K, but it's the letter C. So you can see that there's at least a hazy correlation. It deals with these people that are leading me through life, and they're embodying a certain archetype that I'm coming into their lives with this transcendental, overwhelming meaning and like high, vivid, deep, different accumulations and amalgamations of energy outside of their lives. And I'm this force that operates outside of their lives. And I only come in for small amounts of time that are revelatory. And then these people are doing their job. The 10 is the 1, it has the 1 in it and the 0. So the 1 is the driving force, the masculine. And these people usually they help lead me to a new area. They get me through a new set of lives. I'm like operating through them, and they're like the way that I'm teaching them and the things that I'm trying to help them with and kind of help them through on this adventure with this overwhelming meaning of life inspires them to drive the force further and get to it and make different choices with this enhancement. And that's what the 1133 does. The point was, who does J. Cole have that gives him that overwhelming meaning, but doesn't hit as hard and isn't this swimming force like the 10, where you're like a prime number going forward? So someone that doesn't hit as hard as J. Cole, but is overwhelmingly meaningful and kind of floats above him in a way that helps him get to a better point where he can create a concept album that if he doesn't have, he falls off. So his albums don't hit as hard if he doesn't have this force in the side of his head to embody this higher and lower meaning of life, this better concept that might not hit as hard as J. Cole, but is this like floating banner that keeps him in check, so he knows, okay, I want to be like this, and incorporate that into making my stuff better, even though I'm not that person. Somebody that was with J. Cole from the start, that grew with J. Cole and is consistently outperforming him in the eyes of the public, that's forcing J. Cole to want to hit harder and make better art. The only person that people say is better than J. Cole, that keeps pushing him forward. It's the name that means fiery Irish king. It means fiery French, so fiery Irish fire French king is what the name means. And it incorporates the higher and the lower, like the 11. It's Kendrick Lamar, bitch. The fiery Irish French king. And who is Casey O'Brien? Casey, who has the Eiffel Tower necklace, is Irish, has the name that means the tree of life, but also is the Sagittarius, the fire sign. And then my middle name is Francis, which means French. And then O'Brien, which means Irish king. So my name has the same theme and motifs, the same energetic structure attached to it as Kendrick. So Kendrick would be a huge name for me because we would be resonating in the same realms of energy. So how does Kendrick keep coming into my life? How does the name Ken keep coming into my life? When I was outside, just to start off, if you go back to Telltale's The Walking Dead, which is my favorite game back in the day, the person that I had picked as like my masculine role model when I would watch the Let's Players was Kenny. And Kenny guided Clem, who is the C, the third letter, the creative force. Clementine are orange, and orange is the color of the 33. So she's embodying this adventuring, going on a journey, orange, creative force. And Kenny is guiding her through season 2. Kenny is guiding her until Kenny leaves her life, and now Clem has to go through life with the teachings that Kenny gave her. So I had that in my system at a young age. Then the next notable one that I can think of is that I was saying goodbye to one of my friends who was like a half leech, half gang stalking, whatever. He was indigenous too. A lot of symbolism to unpack there, but it was the last time that I spoke to him. It was like this big goodbye over the phone, because he went to the Navajo reservation with his girlfriend that I helped him get, by the way. And so he came into my life. I helped him get a girlfriend that he's going to marry. He took her virginity. They're both very religious, and now they're probably going to be together for a long time, or they have been for years. But when I was saying goodbye to him, and the thing was like, what is Casey going to do now? Because back when we were friends, I had a brain injury and I didn't know what to do. So he was kind of helping me stay simple, but he was also trying to fuck my girlfriends and steal my energy ritualistically. And he was in Freemasonry and stuff like that. So there was a lot of crazy shit going on there where I would have breakthroughs and I was like coming to terms with taking my power back. And then he would show up to gaslight me back. Like the Truman Show, he would just be at my door instantly. So for whatever reason, I was saying goodbye to him. And then who came to, in that moment, who came to help me and pick me up from the ground when I was on the FaceTime and get me moving again? But a guy named Ken showed up and gave me acid. I did acid. I walked away from Ken. I walked down to the skate park, which was right next to me where I used to record. You can look up the like simulation, getting simulation advice while being eaten alive, or rules to life. I was there, and then I walked to the skate park next to it, and then I left Ken, and then I walked to the skate park, and it was just me and the most famous rapper out of Burlington, Real Ricky. So Ken and Ricky and Casey Francis O'Brien were in the same environment, interacting with each other. Right? So Real Ricky he got famous as a kid in the hood of Burlington. He was putting on a way bigger show. He was playing a character. He was day drinking in the park, and he has a daughter. He thinks he's hood, but he's not. Maybe he's closer to the hood than most of Burlington, and that's why he's in that position, because they're all pretending, and he has actual like connections to actual black families and projects and stuff like that. So he's closer than you would in New York. So if there were to be somebody to pioneer that energy, but he means a French king. And then Ken brought Casey to the French king. And then I out-rapped him. I freestyled. He was on drugs. I wasn't. So I shined. I did the whole Casey normal stuff. And I emanated a light. And I just showed him something that he went on to produce Every Little Thing by Real Ricky, which is his best song. So I have a lot of stories of rappers like C.416. So 4, 1, and 6. What's 4, 1, 6 added together is 11. So C.416. C.416, I met at a house party after my car broke down in Maine, and I was on this really long journey when I was 18 that wound up in a skyscraper with just me and C.416. And we had a conversation about life, and then he went on to drop his best song, and then he became famous across Maine, and now he's in the industry. So the 11 transcends them to a higher place. So I brought these people to make their best artwork just by the feeling that they got that emanated from me during a long, winding gauntlet of adventures that Casey went through. And they all have the similarities, like C.416 has fiery red hair, and most of his songs are about Irish people. My favorite song from him now? Actually, so just to show you again, you could probably, I don't know what video I can talk about it in that you can go through. Like I just pick out like 30 seconds of a 5-hour live stream is going to be hard. But just for proof, when I was broken down in Randolph 6 months ago, and I had just gotten like abused by police and had to kill someone in self-defense, and I was freezing cold and people were overdosing next to me, and there was all this ritualistic stuff happening that I was going through, and it was really tough on me, and I was trying to escape and get into this pioneering energy where I could go through and be the king. And then I got trespassed from a gas station because she lied. So I had to walk by the gas station, and then in the interstate exit, a car drove by really slowly, and the license plate said C.416. I look up, and it was C.416. We looked at each other, and I don't look anything like I used to. I used to have short hair, and I had bigger muscles because I used to do bodybuilding. So it would be, and I didn't have facial hair, and now I have like kind of a stubble, and I'm like 6 years older now. So 6 years had gone by, but he's still like, there was a big like, whoa, he got hit with the energy. And then he went down to the gas station I got trespassed by, so I couldn't say anything to him. I couldn't wave him down on the interstate. So I had to ascend past him. He was below me, and I had to walk up this giant hill. But I still felt like, okay, there's some divine intervention. Something's going to come of that. The next day or the next week, he dropped his next best song he's ever made. So within a week of meeting me, every time these people meet me and run into me, they drop the best song they've ever made, which is Different by C.416. And the best line is, it's about an Irish girl. So that's just like an introduction to motifs and themes and how they're expressed consistently in that our makeup of our lives. If you introspect and take a look at the reoccurring patterns and how it fits in, you can realize that there's like a structure of who you are that's built into your system, that's guiding your experience, and that the things that come into your life usually are influencing those things and are part of those things. Like maybe if Ken and Rick didn't come together with Casey to overcome the oppressive energies of the Matrix, maybe Kendrick wouldn't have hit as hard when he defeated the dragon in the Year of the Dragon and then go on to perform at the Super Bowl a year after the KCC won the Super Bowl. And what's the KCC? It's the KC with the arrow, the Native American arrowhead, the Kansas City Chiefs. And the whole time of the year that the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl, Casey O'Brien was trying to form the Kingdom of Creative Champions and lead all of these Irish indigenous content creators and musicians and artists and animators to victory. And he never got the victory, but what happened was the KCC won the Super Bowl. What happened was Casey Rocket hit hard enough and was fiery cat enough that it overwhelmed the public and made them all laugh. He put them in a trance. Cassius Culpepper released Who Hurt You, which is arguably one of the best songs off of Radio West Virginia. I'm getting donations from a guy who does a landscaping company called Kingdom Cuts, KC. And his name's Brian. Kendrick Curry is a YouTube prankster that wears a hat. I used to wear a hat with a checkerboard pattern before I knew about Freemasonry that my mom gave me one day, which we're not sure anything about why I have this specific birthday and why I grew up in isolation and had such a weird life. But my mom gifted me a hat filled with Freemasonic symbolism that I wore every single day that made me unique, a hat. And that made me different, is that I had this big circle behind me. And when I was 13, at the start of when I talked with that girl about the cycle of the past 12 years, where you get a culmination of what you went through expressed to its fullest based off of who you developed as and what you wanted and what you became. A representation of that was Casey when he was 13, who loved to do stand-up and make jokes and fuck with people. He was just a prankster. I would go into ISS and I would get into ISS and I would fuck with the substitute teacher so much he got angry at me. So who also does that? But Kendrick Curry. KC, but Kendrick. And Kendrick Curry wears the hat and he goes, his joke for his audience that are kids is like, I'm Hugh Janus. When I was 13, I had a troll account called Hugh Janus I would use to troll people. And then I ended up dating a Puerto Rican girl that I really loved. And then his girlfriend looks almost identical to my ex, and she's Puerto Rican. Then when I started traveling, when I became part of DCF and I had to go to a bunch of different towns and experience the culture, and all I thought about was getting girls. Kurt Kaz, who's the famous travel YouTuber, KURTCAZ. Kurt Kaz blew up. And Kurt Kaz is this traveling adventurer that prioritizes getting women on his content. And then when the KCC won the Super Bowl and the Kingdom of Creative Champions was in full effect, the Kurt Kaz Conquest came out. KCC, his brand, his army. And all Casey wanted to do was build an army. Then, who else? Casey Rocket, Kurt Kaz, Cassius Culpepper, Kendrick Curry. We have Kai Cenat, who is in West 38 Bronx, where my grandfather owned a restaurant. And Kai Cenat wears an Irish 4-leaf clover chain for just no reason. He's not Irish. Why does he wear a 4-leaf clover chain? Right? And he goes by KC3. That's what Kai Cenat calls himself. I'm KC3000. KC3. C is the third letter. So KCC. Then we have, and he does the Irish, he brought the Irish jig back by calling it Getting Sturdy. He brought back the Irish jig. Then, who else? And all of them are Sagittarius, like me. Then I want to say that my grandfather's name is Richard, and he lives in Jupiter, Florida, and he's a Sagittarius. If you can Google it, Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. So a Sagittarius that ended up in Jupiter, Florida, and his name is Richard. So a fiery French king with the orange from Jupiter and the orange from Sagittarius. And he's a bus driver now, but he used to be a Wall Street banker. I'm not sure of his birthday or his numerology, or I'd put it together. So then we have, Kai Cenat was this essence that brings people to the K, from the K brings people to a higher level of creation. And then who were the people in his life that were pioneering something that needed Kai Cenat's ability to use the 11 and transfer energy in order to enhance his presence. And that's Gideon, the J, who's a Sagittarius. Gideon, as soon as he started making videos with Kai Cenat, he exploded. So the J and the K. And then in my life, I had a foster brother who's a Sagittarius named John Michael McManus. So Manus comes from Magnus, which is Brian Baru, who is the first Brian for O'Brien's grandson. So Magnus was Brian's grandson. So, and the day we met, we were both wearing shirts, the exact same shirt that said Ireland on it, the same exact shirt that we got from my foster parents. So when we met, we were already wearing Irish shirts. And he was a local celebrity, but he had a certain style that he was pioneering. And then he lived with me, and I transcended him to a greater meaning of life with the KC. And I helped him, remind him of who he was when he had a brain injury like I did, where he did too much psychedelics and fell off. So I helped put him back together. And I pushed him forward. Like the K incorporates all the energies. I helped build him back and then set him off with my energies. And it was me and my girlfriend, Chloe. So there were two C's, so 33. and she's a 3 life path, and I'm a 33. So they're all those threes, and we helped build. The energies that we created were expressed through hundreds of people that were panicking, and they were young kids that didn't know what to do, and they would wind up in my section of Brattleboro, right downtown. And for some reason, like, they liked hanging around me. Some girls had a crush on me. Some people just, we resonated. Maybe we were in different like youth service programs together at one point, or they were friends of friends. It just wound up that there were hundreds of people that were coming in my apartment when I was brain damaged and struggling and just trying to make music. And I ended up helping them through COVID when I was trapped in an apartment. And I thought that I was going through so much, but I think that I was just converting the whole town's energy. Like, I'd wake up frozen in place and I didn't know what to do, and I couldn't move, and my girlfriend would freak out. And then it's like, okay, just have a good day. And then she'd go to work and like different restaurants, and then she'd come back with all these different stories about what she saw. So I was able to pick up what the world was going through without having to experience it. And I was able to hold on to the old world and build this unique sense of peace that she would go out and express to people, because we'd laugh and eat ice cream and watch videos all night and play video games. And she's one of the best looking girls that I've seen in Vermont at the time. All my girlfriends were the best looking girls I've seen at the time. And they're all unique and different, and they all resonate. They have different stuff. They're usually Leo, air signs or fire signs, all of them. And what else? My first girlfriend was a Libra named Deanna. What was the biggest country song of my year of the Water Cat? Personally, I think it was I Remember Everything by Zach Bryan and Casey Musgraves. That was my favorite song of the year. So we have Casey Musgraves and Zach Bryan. So at the time that Zach Bryan came out, my favorite content creator on the YouTube space was Oni Plays, O'Neill, the Irish King, because of Zach Hadel. I thought he was the funniest guy on YouTube. I would just sit there freezing cold and watch the Oni Plays compilations. So we have Zach. And then on John Michael's side, he had gotten in with this guy named Mixley Graves. So M Graves. And then after all those events happened, Zach Bryan and Casey Musgraves, M Graves, made the best country song of 2023. That gave me the best feeling of 2023 that I would play over and over and over again. Zach Bryan's first album, or one of his first songs, is called Deanne, spelled Deann. And my first girlfriend was Deanna. What else? Jesse was a Leo. So my other cousin's name is Ariana, and she's an Aries, and her father, my aunt's ex-husband, is racist. He's from the Aryan Nation. So we have an Aries named Ariana from the Aryan Nation. And she's always been like this one-upper. She had a room full of trophies because she did dance classes, and she's very skinny with a big head like an Aries, and her hair would go like horns, and Aries is the crown chakra. And I remember when we were young, when we'd fight, I put a helicopter in her hair, and it fucked up her head, and she had to shave it, and that was bad. And then one time she had to shave her hair again because a bunch of flies like got into her hair and were breeding in her fucking hair. She never like smeared shit on the walls or anything. For some reason, like, I remember looking at her and she had tons of bugs on the top of her head. Like, she would pull her hair back and there would be flies running around in there. And I'm like, I've never seen that anywhere. But she's an Aries with a bunch of fucked up beliefs. So that represented itself as a bunch of bugs that she had to get out of her hair to uncover her crown. So her hair kept having to be cut. Her horns kept having to be cut. And then she's an overachiever. But she's a year of the dragon. So in the year of the cat, Casey Rocket dominated Kill Tony. And then it transitioned to the year of the dragon. And who was the next big thing that blew up from Kill Tony? It was Ari Matti. So Ari. And he's from Estonia, which is Eastern Europe. And then my cousin's last name is an ancient name from Czechoslovakia that less than 1,000 people have. It's one of the last, it's like a dying bloodline. So an Eastern European Ari in the Year of the Dragon blew up on Kiltony. And my cousin is an Eastern European Ari born in the Year of the Dragon. So it's almost like the Tree of Life, Casey, that somehow in the industry, probably through all the different stuff that's happened in his life, whoever his relationships are, whatever's keeping him trapped, where I have sleep paralysis and I'm always in spiritual battle all day, that's very overwhelming. Whatever's happening when I feel like I get ripped out, those energies are expressing themselves through people across the world for the world to see. So next year is the Year of the Snake, and my best snakes that are real snakes, like jealous, serpenty, but very wise snakes, and they're people that I have to wrangle and I have to keep them in check, or else they go crazy. Like when they come into my life, I have to be like this guiding force for them and make sure that they go in the right direction. And then what is my sign? The Ophiuchus, which is the hidden 13th sign, which M is the 13th letter. The hidden 13, the Ophiuchus, if you look it up, inside Sagittarius, which is the person that brings down the energy from the heavens and brings up the energy from the earth. The overwhelming visionary, the same way that the 11 is, and I'm an Ophiuchus born in the 11th. But the Ophiuchus is also the serpent bearer. It's the guy wrestling with the snake, the truth. So I have to wrestle with these snakes in my life. They always backstab me, and I had to be their older brother figure and kind of guide them through life the same way that the Ophiuchus guides the snake. So next year, I guarantee you there's going to be John Michaels, and there's going to be Jesse's, and there's going to be Chloe's in the mainstream, if this theme is going the same way as it's been for the past 3 years as we transition into the age of Aquarius. If this continues going, we're going to have mainstream characters named John, Michael, and Jesse, and Chloe. I guarantee it. That's somewhere along the lines, unless calling it out nullifies it. But for the most part, that's what we'll be seeing. And then they're all fire signs, fire and air. And my dad's a Leo Libra, fire, air. He's a 10 life path born on the, he's a 3 life path born on the 10th. I'm a 33 life path born on the 11th. He's Leo Libra, fire, air. I'm Sagittarius, Aquarius, fire, air. The other thing I want to mention is that Sagittarius is the embodiment of the combination between the heavens and the earth. Nature, man, and the heavens culminated into one person. That's why it's the man beast, the man horse, the centaur, because it's and that starts with C. The culmination of the lower realms, just like the 11 deals with the low and the high, nature, man, and the heavens is the Sagittarius. And they hold it in their back and then shoot the arrow. But I also see it like those, when you look at how proteins are carried through the body, there are these little organisms that crawl along the stacks of protein that have the amino acids on their back, and then they kind of put them in place. We have little tiny workers microscopically that carry the proteins around, and I figured that's probably they look just like the constellation of Sagittarius. So I see them also like that, like we're these kind of invasive forces that are carrying knowledge and wisdom expressed. So, but in mythology across the world, who is this figure that we see that represents the connection between nature, man, and the heavens? Just like the Sagittarius. Who is this man beast? What godly figure is the man beast that connects the nature, the ferocity of nature, with the earth, with people, through him, to the heavens? It is Cernunnos, right? I'm doing a lecture. I feel like doing a lecture. I'm high on a lot of caffeine. Cernunnos, who some people call the Wendigo, who some people call the Baphomet, but you can see the giant cross-legged antler man with his hands up as one of the oldest symbols in history. They go back to cave paintings. And Cernunnos has a snake that wraps around his hand, just like Andrew Tate has the tattoo of the snake. And then Andrew Tate has a black cat dragon tattoo. Just like I had a black cat named Mark M. And Cernunnos is he goes by the deer man. Like the Sagittarius is the guy with the horse body. Cernunnos is the deer man, and it's the C, Cernunnos, C-E-R-N. Like the CERN is putting particles together, and they named it after this god. So I have the 11, the transcendence, the connection between man and nature. It's enhanced by the Sagittarius and the 11. The K sound in my name is represented there. And then I'm the Ophiuchus at the same time, which deals with bearing the serpent. So if you accumulated them all together, you'd have Cernunnos. And who is Cernunnos called in Irish mythology but the Green Man? The Green Heart. And then when I was 17, what was my logo? For the two people that stuck around. My logo is the Green Heart with angel wings. The connection between heavens and the earth. And I didn't know that that was called the Clod, and that's the biggest symbol in Ireland. But it is. So I have that too. So when I wrote Ancient Celtic God Incarnate on my channel description, I thought that that was a funny joke. When I met the deer man at the top of the tallest mountain in Vermont 2 years ago, when I realized that when I was born, since I was born and I crawled out and had to be C-sectioned to make me this most powerful, godly birthday. And I only felt comfortable in a nest where I'd have my mom buy me refrigerator boxes and I'd build a nest on top of my bed and I would hide in the nest. When I would go to parties, I would get high and then I would crawl into the laundry and I would lay there in a den and I would hook up with girls in the fucking nest. But like one time I got lost in Virginia with my girlfriend and I was brain damaged and it was cold and I was worried people were going to come at us. And I was so out of it because of like the lithium and the brain trauma and all the stuff that had happened to me, like the ritualistic siphoning of my life and not having a structured, stable life to go back into and making bad decisions with who I was hanging out with. My brain guided me to build it. One time we were panicking in a parking lot in Virginia on our way to Mississippi to pick up a dog named Honey. I built a nest in the back and I hid in the nest and we survived the night in like a public parking lot so that when the police shined their light through our window, they couldn't see us because we were hiding in a nest I built in the trunk. So it's not bad that I live in a nest. It was just the only thing that I was missing was the Leo energy. So I got this heater that is like the Leo. It's like the heat. It's like the stagnant force that heats up the environment. And I got it from a girl named Amber, and her last name is the third is C, so the 1-3, and she came from Johnson, as I bought a Johnson coat to keep me warm, and I originally came to this area. The only reason I was ever up here was because I wanted to see a girl named Jessie Johnson, who was a Leo. So I came to see Jessie Johnson and I wound up with a heater from someone from Johnson. So the things I was trying to manifest have come to me in different ways. Not like I was expecting, but in ways that I needed them. The only thing, like, what sucks is, so I have somebody's offering me a guitar for $25, but he's not answering me now. It's called a Stargazer guitar. What do I do but like ask the stars for help and look up at the sky? And then somebody offered me like a guitar strap, a capo, and a tuner for $25. So for $45, I would have had it, but it was so cold at the time that I wanted to get this heater. And I wound up with this heater that doesn't work, so I don't know if it works. But she offered to buy me the propane for it, which was really nice. And she was like very heartfelt. It's obvious that people try to talk to me and it's just not hitting. It's like they're trying to have a conversation and there's something in me that just blocks it and invades with a higher vibration energy. And, and I feel bad because I know it makes people hate me. But it's anointing. It is what it is. It has to be this way. I literally grew up listening to public speakers that spent their whole life devoted to coming up with how to do this. They spent, like Owen Cook spent 2 decades, and I was able to incorporate what he taught me at such a young age that I've taken it to this level. So for most people, I'd be like this crazy autistic person, but for the most part, it's that I go crazy because I can't fit into society. I like try to spread my antlers, but they're not antlers in my case. What would be antlers like Cernanos, but it's not antlers, it's tree branches. And rise up like the acacia. And then when I'm around people, I can't fit in. Like I would go to parties and I would have to like rock back and forth because there was just so much energy I was converting into jokes and everyone would start laughing. So what would my purpose be? I want to ride to battle, man. There's a lot I want to do. But I'm grateful that I'm doing the complete opposite of what my dreams are. And I'm happy with it. I'm happy suffering. I like that I'm suffering because I'm overcoming it and I'm learning skills. They're giving me tools like an axe and a sledgehammer that I had to use today to build myself a better place out in the woods. And I thought that I would have a heater, but I don't. So it is what it is, man. And I was going to go to Burlington and get a job, and I still might. I don't know. I've been having prophetic dreams that are showing me a different perspective on what it would be like, sort of like the universe is communicating with me. And I had a dream that I was in Burlington in a war zone and everyone else had guns and cars and trucks. And I was struggling to load a BB gun in the center, literally in the center, on top of a mound where everyone could see me. So I had a giant target on me and I was above everybody and they were all mad that I was above them. And they were going to come for me. If they like shined a signal and the world became aggressive, I would be the first to go. And I was struggling to load a BB gun with ammunition that wouldn't kill, and I could see that all the trucks had guns in them and all the people were vicious and angry. So I was like, maybe that's not the right place for me to be. So I didn't do it, and then I got a tarot reading that says crisis averted. It's not how you think it is. Crisis averted. And the tarot reading was saying, like, I know you were on this epic quest, but that would have been devastating. So you naturally used intuition and found a better conclusion, and your spirit guides are just thanking you and loving you for what you're doing and what you did. I don't have toilet paper, and now I feel kind of, I don't know, like I put myself into the doldrums. We're in the doldrums. My mom has a dog named Honey. Cernanos, that's cool. I'm Aries, ear of the wood rat. Okay, wood is cool. Kim Clement, a respected prophet. King Charles, KC. I see what you mean about being in a simulation. It's unreal. Fuck. You are truly anointed. The way your presence inspires people. Amazing. Thank you. Jesus ministry was only for 3 years. And here we are 2,000 years later. Brad's middle name is Kenneth. There you go. Wow. We've known you for almost 2 months here. And we are 2 years, almost 3 years later. You made a good impact on us. Thank you. John wrote Revelation. What did you do to have this happen? This is not coincidence. Is Oxloo still in the chat? Because I could, for the most part, this is called a reference experience. So because this is now, like, you're picking this up, this is gonna, if you kind of hold on to this and incorporate it into your belief system, it'll open up avenues for you to switch your reticular activation system, so you'll be able to start noticing more. And it just really depends. It probably depends on your sun sign. Like, I'm a Sagittarius sun, which means I'm fundamentally curious. So the fact that I'm always figuring things out, it's because I have an adventuring spirit or mind, whatever you, adventuring consciousness. I'm geared for uncovering truths at an unfathomably intense level. Everyone has different stuff, but you can see my life is such a structured, simple example of it that you're able to draw from it how you want, in a way that helps you look at yourself. So whatever you have going for you, because we're all made different, and it seems like there's an obvious, like, higher level, higher dimensional beauty of everything. You can really go in and look at how your life was and the different motifs and themes that make up you, and you can find out the beauty of who you are. Like, it's really cool to be a tree god, warrior king, Irish, indigenous, African accumulation of everything that is and has been. That's really cool, but there's plenty of other cool, like, that's just one aspect of everything. Everyone has different stuff. Everyone has different things that make them cool and different. Like, I'll never be Jesus Claudius, the Leo Roman emperor that grew up in public housing in a castle in poverty and had to lead kids through hell of having bad parents in a bad environment in one of the most beautiful places in America. Right? And his first girlfriend was Chloe. Her name was Chloe. Just like my last girlfriend's name was Chloe. And his middle name is David. Which is really cool. Okay? I'm scared, man. I have to take a shit. And I don't have any toilet paper. And I don't have anything to wipe. And I don't know of any outhouses nearby. Anywhere close to me. And I'm a scaredy cat with the forest right now. I don't want to go in the woods. I'm scared of the woods. And there's no outhouses. I wish there were more outhouses. The world is going to transition to being mostly outside, I think. I can't wipe with a bag of chips. Golly. Oh, God. Who else is here? I'm still here, Casey. Westy, how old? You're 20, right? Westy's 20. He has an apartment. What's your life like, Westy? You're coming from Illinois. Are you in Chicago? Are you in a small town? What's going on in Westy's life? Does Westy have a girlfriend? Do you have an apartment? Do you work? You said you work. What is life? Is life crazy? Like, how is everyday life in the city? Is it that you kind of are in Chicago? I'm sure it's humble. Is there a lot of mountains out there, or is it flatland? Those are my questions. You just quit your job? That's freeing. You're gonna have a lot of bandwidth to think about other things now. You freed up your time. Supposedly the devil is time, so when you freed up your time, that's like getting rid of the devil. Small town. There's gotta be an outhouse, man. Oh, God. Usually I stash toilet paper around the areas, so in case I need to, I have access to quick toilet paper grabs, but they cleared out my space when I got trespassed. The property owners went through and property management took out all the shit. Literally. Maybe there's some in here. POV, you're alone in a giant open space. Talking to people that might not be real. But yeah, there's $1 billion worth of game right there. I wish that I could do dating shows and do reality TV shows, and I want to individuate more, and then I want them to put me into like, I think it would be really cool if I came into like a Love Island type thing where they threw me in on like a reality TV show with a bunch of kids that were a lot different than me. Are there any napkins to wipe with? Nope. I gotta shit bad. I gotta shit real bad. Okay, it's coming. Oh God, it hurts. Oh God. I drank a whole gallon of chocolate milk and I'm lactose intolerant. So this is like the Challenger disaster. This is like Chernobyl. Oh God. Okay, I'm waddling. The moon is watching me waddle around. It's Groundhog Day. Okay, we're going. I can't wipe my ass with cigarettes, but I know I was like, there's a bunch of cigarette butts. Okay, I'm gonna have to shit over here, and we're just gonna have to deal with it. I'm gonna have to wipe my ass on a hemlock tree. Oh God. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Fuck. Okay, jacket's coming off, so I don't get it on my jacket. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh no. Okay. Hazardous waste storage area. Okay. Okay, suddenly I can hold it. Okay. 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 There's pallets here. There's tires here. I don't want cops seeing my light from my phone and thinking I'm up to no good. I don't want to set off any cameras and have the police show up. There's trees growing. Let's look for like paper or something in this trash can. The trash cans are empty. I'm taking the shit. Okay. It's DEFCON 3. It's DEFCON 3. We've officially hit maximum overload. And we've got to drop one for the country. This is for you, America. Okay. That's painful. Okay. Dude, I hadn't shit in like a week. I was eating nothing but chips. It's a Ben. I had drank a gallon of milk and had Ben and Jerry's. So I'm a little fucked. That's uncomfortable. Oh God, what am I gonna do now? Oh fuck. Okay. I'm gonna pull my pants up a little bit. I'm gonna let my ass hang out for the cameras. And I'm going to waddle through. Oh, did I just step in it, bro? No, I didn't. We're good. You think so lactose intolerant? You suck. I'm not using my fucking sock, man. Socks are expensive. I want to use my sock, but I can't. Because it's going to be rare when I get another pair of winter socks. So what's in here? Anything I can wipe with? Is this sandpaper? This is like a styrofoam mesh. fuck. It's a second wave coming. I have invasive thoughts. They try to demean the importance of everything I say. So like just now I told you a bunch of really true facts about my stuff and how it all expresses together so perfectly that you can't avoid it. But I have thoughts in my head that's like, yeah, keep spitting your fairy tale. It is a fairy tale, but I found it through connecting the dots. I didn't create it from nothing. Oh God. The story foretold of the legends of old, of the king who shit outside and cried to a camera. I'm the king of the coons, the raccoons. And I don't know if I'm getting it on my hands. It's not on my hands. So I've been grilling a ton of food. So all the food that I grilled is coming back out and it smells like grilled pizza. So I'm like, fuck, I want a pizza. I'm smelling my own shit and it's getting me hungry because of the charcoal that I'm shitting out. But don't you drink charcoal? Like, is charcoal a cleanser? Or is it just carcinogenic? Also, this is me without any weed. So weed messes up your brain. And then when you stop smoking weed for the rest of your life, you're just kind of fucked up with serotonin. And that's why they don't like weed. People that smoke weed says it's medicinal. People that quit weed say it's demonic. It's just, it changes you permanently. So I would be much different if I had never smoked weed or if I was smoking weed. But that doesn't mean that this isn't, like, I know there's a much different way to live life and see life. And I just choose to ignore it. And that gets me in trouble. Because then people try to have conversations with me. And it's like throwing flowers at a brick wall. But it is what it is, man. Yeah, everyone left. Story foretold. It is what it is, man. I'm gonna leave this and come back. And I'm gonna go raid another dumpster. Looking for things I can use to wipe my fucking ass, man. Usually I have a backpack that's got shit in it. What am I gonna do tomorrow? It's not as cold as it was. I panicked for no reason. But now I'm prepared. So I went through a dark night of the soul, and now I have the means to survive what I just endured, which is pretty cool. Even though if it meant I'm now lacking in another area I should have chose. But that's okay. I guess. The moon is out, which you can't see because of the light. I'm looking for toilet paper in all the wrong places. I'm waddling around with my nuts out on camera. There's the camera. Holy smokes, guys. Okay, we're going to open this. Anything I can use? Yes. We have the Daily Gazette. We have the News and Citizen. And we have McDonald's bag. That should be enough. Now we're gonna go to the designated smoking section where no one can see me. And we're gonna get this done. I hear voices in my head. Fuck. There's a lot more responsibility I have. I'm gonna have to evolve the channel. Once I hit 500 subs, which is pretty close, it's 105 subs away. The biggest YouTuber out right now has 5 million subs, and he's in Burlington. But other than that, like of the tiny small channels that are coming through, like the people pushing the Vermont content forward, the main one is someone that went across southern Vermont. And my old friends and my ex-girlfriend had spray painted green hearts around it for me in celebration that I went to college and I survived the brain injury and all the other shit I went through. In celebration of me, they spray painted my green hearts everywhere. And there was a guy that went around and spray painted his logo over mine. And that guy is now one of the biggest content creation channels of Vermont. So it was like the only guy that has beaten me in subs has kind of taken what I was trying to do, and he literally spray painted his logo over mine. So that's an obvious nemesis that would imply that I'm in a Truman Show. And or at least like divine timing, and I'm in a movie where I'm cast as a character of like a choose your own adventure. Cause I make choices that lead to dead ends, led by a broken mind afraid of itself. Cause the cops killed my honor and the crows ate the rest. And I can't find out how to be human again. So don't talk to me cause I'm tired of pretending. Don't look at me cause I'm tired of pretending. But I hear voices in my head that get worse the further I get from my bed. And I don't trust that I'll find a love who understands. So leave me be and let me smoke my cigarette. Deep inside I'd rather be dead. I was in my magnum homeless, trying to write my magnum opus, hoping that nobody noticed. I'm alone outside and cold. All the trauma that I went through turned my heart to an explosive. Leave me be before I blow. Now, when I ride through with my soldiers, the ones that didn't overdose, I will burn it all and make you feel the love, bitch. I'm a war machine. Hold up. Hello? While I was talking about the Jessies, I got a notification on my phone, a message from a scammer that's been trying to get a hold of me because he sent me a link to a conference call. And the conference call was a scam. I looked it up. That Jesse, spelled the same way as my cousin, hit me up. So while I was talking, I got about Jesse's. I got a notification from a guy named Jesse. So more proof that it's a Truman Show. And those are probably my handlers. And all my messages have disappeared. And I'm cold. And I'm hungry. And there's still remnants in my asshole of dollar store pizza. Let's go. I want my coat. I'm very fucking cold and I don't know where to go. I feel empty, but I'm not. I'm real. I'm the sun. I am everything. I wish you could see how cool this looks. You can kind of see it. This is how Pop Smoke's music sounds to me. Leave me be, cause I'm tired. Leave me be, cause I'm tired of pretend. So the new goals, $84 for the coat, $25 for the guitar, $26 for the capo, and then eventually I want to spend $365 on a unique, rare, vintage guitar they don't make anymore with a really cool sound, and you have to play it differently than normal, and it's part of the style of music I was trying to make, and it's gonna sound really cool. And I think it's got like motifs in it that are reminiscent of my father. So I really like that. So I'm trying to get there at some point. Then I have a heavy duty winter jacket coming. Then I have gloves that aren't winter gloves. Eventually I need gloves. I need long johns. I need a thermal shirt. Then I need this butane, which is like $12. I need the ammo for the weapon, the BB gun. That's like $12 to $25. Then I'm working towards more and more. I wish my mom gave me a nice sleeping bag, and when I got arrested because somebody lied and made up a story to have me trespassed, and then the cops went out of their way to mess with me and throw me in jail. They took it from me. I think something happened that they trespassed me. I could no longer go back to that place, and they were watching it like a hawk. And then the floods came and it took it. So I had a nice sleeping bag that got ruined because of my enemies. Like, I really don't do anything wrong to anybody. The worst shit I do is steal from stores of just like inexpensive things that I need and one speaker. And then the rest is shit. So I shit on people's properties. That's the most I do. But they treat me like I'm a domestic terrorist. They like treat me like I'm a threat to their entire society and everything they've ever lived for. And it's like if they don't beat me into submission and rape my spirit so I'm traumatized forever, then it's the end of the world for them. That's how emotionally violent and like reactive and childish they get. They freak out. And it sucks to be a target of their problems. And that's what I was trying to convey. I was trying to tell that girl what it's like to be homeless. And I get that it's delusional. I'm really happy that she was supportive, because it's obvious to be this far out to the normal person. They think that I'm like, they think I should be in a mental institution tomorrow. But to people that are chronically online, I'm like a leader. To normal people, I seem like a nut job. But to the kids that grew up watching the internet, I'm a very good content creator. So it's hard to deal with. But eventually, I will have a microphone. And eventually, there will be a nicer camera. And that will be attached to a backpack with a live streaming setup. And then I will have self-defense training. And I will have tons and tons of other cool things going for me. And things will be epic. And the people that abused me and ostracized me will be excluded the way that they excluded me. So we move forward. I have these cool new gloves now that keep me warm. How's the charge on my phone? It's at 15%. Where I left my extension cord out there in the woods, and I don't want to go out into the woods. But I went through so much dark night of the soul and trauma, and not trauma. Did I really go through trauma this week? I went through a bunch of like bullshit from rich white people, but it wasn't trauma. It was really cold. I was outside and below just about 15 degrees. And I was just sitting out here rocking back and forth. So I bought this heater instead of the thing that I really wanted. And the heater did not, there's no propane. So I could have spent $80 and gotten what I bought here with 2 full things of propane. But instead, I panicked and I wasn't patient and I was trying to escape, and I bought one that doesn't work. And now it's going to be warm for 2 weeks. Hurricane Milton has left and the stars are out. And now the guitar I really want is still for sale, and the guy did not answer me because he was probably going through his own dark night of the soul. It sucks, man. People do not like me. Like, it's like if I emanate hope and I'm like shining and I feel like there's like so much, it's like very important that I get something. The person that has that thing that I need shuts down, starts coveting, goes through like tons of bullshit, puts me through hoops, and does a whole bunch of stuff to like try to attack that, literally. And then usually it's like I never get what I'm looking for until it gets killed, or else I have to literally invade the other person's life and make him give me the thing that he was going to give me in the first place. So that sounds like biblical stories. That sounds like stuff that I've obviously heard of in the Bible of people coveting. So that happened. I didn't go to Burlington because the guy stopped answering me and started treating me like shit. So I bought this instead, and I had a pretty cool interaction, and I got some closure on some fronts, and I got to beat someone that had hurt me in the like a day prior. So I got some of what I wanted, but it's still fucking cold out, man. And I'm trying to get heaters on Marketplace. So I want this heater. I have this portable heater, but eventually I want a portable power station and a small portable heater, so that when there are outlets, I have access to that main heater, and this will be my emergency heater. So this heater will get me through a lot, like in the car and in places where I can't have electricity. It's still a very useful thing to have. You feel me? It's still a very useful thing to have. So I'm worried if I made the wrong choice, because I could have been playing guitar right now. But have they invented gloves that you can play guitar with? Do they have winter gloves that have the leather at the tips so that you can play guitar still? If they haven't invented those, then there's probably a lot of money in that. That if anyone had a sewing machine and could find like some type of thing that emulates calloused human fingertips, like some type of durable hard leather that you could cover the fingertips with, that allows you to play the guitar, and then you need one over the pointer finger to do bar chords. Oh fuck. Oh, revelation. But I need money, so I'm gonna have to go to war, and that's gonna be really difficult. It's gonna be hot as hell, man. You're picking up what I'm putting down, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be hot as hell. It's gonna be very rough. Actually, it's gonna be tough and rough, and I'm gonna have to be a rootin' tootin' Celtic soldier, giant cowboy, indigenous king, dragon, ancient woodland god, carrying the entire state of the world on my back as I go through a literal zombie apocalypse, just to make enough money to ascend to a beautiful life. And I'm gonna have to do it by enslaving myself to an employer. Unless you guys know any rich people or have any money to donate. Otherwise, I've got to do it. Unless I want to if I want to sacrifice that in the name of divine timing and hope that the simulation will provide what I need, which I think it will, and then take advantage of the fact that I live in the woods, and then continue down the woodland road, which is helping me a lot with my art, because I'm seeing a world that nobody else is. Because are you guys going to go live out in sub-zero weather by yourself without thermal tents and have to survive and make it work for yourself? Do you think anybody's out there doing that? Even Will Survives isn't doing that. Even Will Survives has a heater, and Will Survives has a car, and he's not alone out there by himself. He's with a friend whose name is Jesse, by the way. And he's a Leo, by the way. So even Will's out there, and so I'm going through worse than he's going through. Because at the same time Will's doing that, Will does not have to deal with being in a war zone where people are trying to kill him. I'm doing what Will Survives is doing, but I have people that could come and kill me at any moment. Right? Will's main competition are rednecks that are trashing him on the internet and drugged up white kids that are calling him a meth head. Wait, did I say rednecks that are trying to kill him? I mean rednecks that are trying to kill his spirits by judging his bushcraft skills. I have rednecks that are trying to kill me. But at some point, Will Survives has kind of publicized his location. So if shit were to hit the fan, there's a lot of people that knows where he's at. And nobody knows who I am or where I am. Do you know where I am? So isn't that cool? I'm like a ranger. At the same time, I'm like a spy. I'm traveling through different communities and integrating with their system and then raising their vibration firsthand. I'm helping people heal their traumas in real time and showing people a different way of life that makes them become more like who they always wanted to be, but have never been allowed to become because of stigma and social conditioning. And then I just ride away on my bike. I ride off into the sunset, never to be seen again until the next season of the TV show. And then I ride through in certain moments as like a crossover episode or like a, you can see how it looks. Like imagine like Game of Thrones and you meet a character once in the first season and then you don't see him again until like the boss battle in the seventh season. And then he comes through and saves you and allows you to ascend to the final battle. In some people's stories, I am the final battle. And they have to confront what they hate about themselves through targeting me. In some stories, I'm a god that they find deep in the forest that shows them the truth and reveals to them their true purpose that allows them to achieve greatness. In some stories, I'm the hero that saves them from a horrible life, and we get to hide through the apocalypse together in a romantic love story. In some people's lives, I'm the enemy. And I've just been a consistent enemy, and they're in competition with me, trying to outdo me and become me. And the whole revelation is that they'll never be me. And that's just something they have to deal with. And then they have to confront their insecurities and find acceptance. And in my life, they're the enemy that I have to break down their castle, get into their throne room that they made up, and then humble them and make them realize they were making up the entire thing, and show them that the castle they were living inside didn't even exist, and they were walking around screaming at everybody for no reason. Right? And then then they look around at the trees and see that the birds are chirping and wake up. In some story, and that one guy that I'm talking about, he went so far as to hook up with my ex-girlfriend and have a kid with her. And he was still trying to be me in the relationship, so much so that she texted me and told me that he's trying to be me. Can you imagine how sick of an individual that person is? That he went so far as to have her pick apart our relationship so that he could adopt the qualities that she liked about me. And I taught her spirituality, and I taught her how to be a 33. So she knew exactly what was happening. And she told me about it. She told me he was trying to become me. How fucked up is that guy? How fucked up are destiny swappers? Imagine trying to swap destinies with somebody. If you believe in destiny and you don't want yours. What else, man? What other stories did I have? I mean, I've been locked in many, many prison camps full of crying kids, and the staff members were abusive, and I had to gather us all together, and then we broke out together through our mindsets and our hard work to overwhelm the people that were trapping us and literally grow into the new world against literal demons, where we would have sleep paralysis every night. And we got out just because I would walk around making everybody laugh and being a character. And I would run into classrooms and make jokes with people, and I would hit on teachers and just build cool things in my mind and express them. So people watching, man, I want to get all of you guys. There's nobody watching. There's 3 of you, and one of them's my mom. But eventually, I want all, like, my mom wants to do bushcraft, man. If you can get your head out of your ass and go on a walk. Eventually, like, that place I showed you, I really wanted to buy that and own that and call it. That would be my homestead for people. And it's so close to the park and ride that people could park there very easily and come visit. I want to I saw me building tons of boardwalks through that area with gazebos, so the rain would get out, and there would be big tunnels, and there would be tons of dirt bike tracks, and it would have this big long mural in the front when you entered, and this big long mural was like my life, like the fantasy part of my life, like the real stuff that had happened, but the beauty behind it in the story, the way that I told the story, and you would walk through the story of my life, and before you got to where that was, and then I would bring in RVs, and you could have like an RV park in the back because it's 10 acres. It's enough that you could fit 15 RVs easily in and out, and I would just be responsible. Like I would have a truck, and when you came in, I would be the one that takes your RV and drives it into the spot for people that came in. And there would be a wildlife preservation built in, where there would be like an enclosure in the middle of it all, like a big kind of like they have in zoos with the safari with the intricate like wire nets, so that you could see rare birds and rare animals that were in there healing. And then there would be just a feeding. I've redesigned zoos. I have a way that zoos should be. And I'm going to say it. Fuck it. So right now, the way that zoos are is that it's just like a circular enclosure, and they're in the middle of the circular enclosure, and they get fed through a tiny little chamber where they can grab the food, or people throw food at them. And for the most part, they're always being watched, and they are always under surveillance and trapped and depressed, and most of them kill themselves, or they don't have access to diversity of females, so they turn gay. You have a lot of gay gorillas and shit because it's just they're trapped. How I would do it is I would do it like the safaris do, where now that we have access to build more zoos, it would be a big open space like this, just like the zoo, except their habitat would be so much bigger, and they would have privacy, and there would be a feeding station, which is just like when you go out in public to like a mall food court, and you get your food and you sit there, and everyone else is around you, and anyone can show up. So it's like you know that there's going to be a social setting when you get food. So there would be a little smaller feeding station, and that's where you can view them. So you would have scheduled feeding time. So like at lunchtime, the gorillas could come eat food, and part of that eating the food would be that you get to socialize with people, and so that you know that there's a positive interaction, you know you're going to get the food, and at the same time you can hang out with people, and it won't be like viewing the gorilla like it's an animal. It will be like the humans are eating and the gorillas are eating. So at lunchtime at the zoo, whatever KC zoo is going to be, when it's lunchtime and you all get together to eat and you're eating with your families, the gorillas and the polar bears and the other things will also be eating. So you're all sitting around together like it's communion. So you're all there just to eat. And you can hang out with each other, you can take videos, you can have fun, you can play games and interact with each other. And then they can go back to their private lives. You don't have to gawk at the gorilla all the time. They have their own means. That's a good life for them. And then I would also cycle the gorillas out. So at some point, the gorillas would go back to a next level zoo where the enclosure is bigger. And then I'd let them go. Once they had kids and raised the kids to a certain age, then they'd go out, and then the kids would grow, and then they'd go out, and then the kids would grow and they'd go out. Or maybe reverse, where you have them in like a bigger safari, and then as they get older and older and older, they go in. It has to be something more humane than what they're doing, because we're going to realize the animals are more conscious than that. Like gorillas use tools. Gorillas are smart. They're doing like crows are doing mind puzzles better than most kids are doing right now. So I would have, there needs to be a more humane way, a more empathetic way of having the animals interact with the people that allows them to live meaningful lives where they can be more free. And I would have that. Maybe I would just have that would be cool. Like in the future, when we have electric cars and hydrogen cars, and we have bullet trains that cross continents, like you can get on a bullet train in Boston, and it can take you all the way through Alaska, all the way across the pond to Russia, and then all the way through Russia to France, if you wanted. And then you could stop out in Abu Dhabi and then go down into Africa. And it would only take like maybe like a day. And there would be tons of those running in the future. Then when you got to Africa, you would be the zoo animal. So the gorillas would be in the safari. And then when you wanted to feed the gorillas, you go into the protected enclosed chamber and they're looking at you. You're feeding them, but you're in the thing being viewed by the gorillas. You know, stuff like that. And for the most part, most suicide rates are just if you're ugly or you're trapped. Most people that live like this, the strong ones that don't do drugs, they go on to live meaningful lives because they get reduced to nothing and they have to build themselves back up from the ground, which teaches them confidence and gives them skills in life. And they've overcome so many challenges that they're just grateful to be alive and they're existing. Whereas before they were just derping through life at the whim of being trapped in their life. In lives like this, you're literally trapped and you have to fight back and get out. And that puts everything that you felt that was depressing you in perspective. And it no longer matters because you know what really matters, which is survival. Like it took me being in a violent area, having to fight off crackheads with hatchets and having to save children from being raped and tons of stuff like that. In order for me to completely know, I don't care about social anxiety at all. Whereas most people, they're stuck in it, where the other person's opinions and the change in emotions and reputation and status, that's all they can think about. But now I'm like, none of that even matters. None of that's real. So I would also, if I had a lot of property, I would have the means for troubled kids that their parents gave up on them like mine did, or gave them away, or weren't able to function, or were addicted, or had problems and just couldn't raise the kid, and the kid ended up in the system. Instead of putting them in a torture chamber where staff were bullying them and they had all these restrictions and were stuck in a room all day, I would have a ranch where they come in and we treat them like people, man. Like they can sleep, they can work on the ranch, they can sit with the animals. I would just be able to kind of see where they're at. Like they would come to me and I'd let them hang out for a week. And while I'm doing my own thing, I would let them kind of show off where they're at. And then I would meet them where they're at and then find a way to incorporate that with the fact that nature is one big family. So it wouldn't be that I'm welcoming them into my foster home like they're introducing to my family. It would be like nature is their real home and they're coming back into that. So in like foster homes, it's like they have a daughter or a son and dogs and cats and a family life that they have to get used to, and that's how they kind of come out of their shell and do that. My ranch would be like daughters, sons, friends, neighbors, horses, alibi dogs, maybe a bear, maybe bears in a wildlife preserve. I said bears and all the birds have started in confirmation. That was cool. But birds, bees, butterflies, different gardens, hedge mazes, and ATV trails, and long winding sections of horseback trails, different bikes, and then they would start off at nothing and grow just like I did. They wouldn't have anything, and they wouldn't get anything, and they'd have to earn everything the same way I did. So they'd have to put in enough in order to receive the next level of their cool stuff, to instill a growth over consistency mindset that would allow them to be able to, like the Taurus rising that I have, would be able to tackle their problems with practicality and stability. So I've been doing that since I was born, basically. Like my mom said I bossed them around as a child. So I've always been doing this. I wound up in programs where I was doing it better than the program director. I restructured everything from inside it, and that's grown into me being homeless in dysfunctional societies and having to work through it, talking to all the leaders of communities, right? And it's not something that I do on purpose. Like the stuff that I do on purpose digs me into holes I have to escape from. What I end up doing naturally is invading the system from the part of the system that's being affected. So there are problems and faults in the system that they're not able to identify because they're managing the system from a place of privilege and power. And I'm restructuring it with way more power than these guys that are hungry for it will ever have spiritually, as a 33 life path born in the 11th. And I'm going in and experiencing the problems firsthand and coming up with solutions. Like learning how to lose your mind and come to your senses. Learning how to surrender to life. Surrender and incorporate your higher self. Let your higher self shine. Let go of all your problems and just be there, and then breathe it out. Using the domino effect to say no to what you don't like when it comes to you, and then changing the frequency like changing an EQ. When I grew up with making music on my computer, plus all the different Legos that allowed me to be able to intricately pick apart what's coming to me, and then restructure it through converting it with the domino effect and changing the tune of everything. And then when I falter because I tend to overanalyze and lose sight of myself with the detached Aquarian moon and this mobile force of the Sagittarius with the sun in the 8th house, which means that my life is being trapped by social conditioning. When I feel stuck and I have no identity because the social conditioning whittles me away, I have my father, Gary the Legend O'Brien, to remind me how to just sit and be chill and let nothing be the boss of me and be the coolest cat in the kingdom. How to be the coolest cat in town. So I have that strong sense and then my grandfather was a cop, so there's a strength there that came through with the balance of my dad's Libra moon that I can pick out and see, and I can see the difference between my dad and my Uncle Stephen, who I met, and my Uncle Tom. I can see that my dad got the Leo cool energy and they got the like smart but kind of nitpicky overanalyst, dramatic, because they didn't have the exercise every day that my dad had and the momentum of overcoming challenges consistently. Whereas I'm climbing mountains and I'm ascending through Vermont and I'm going from the bottom to the top. And then I get the cool car, or I get the cool bike, or I get like the peace of mind on the bus, and then I ride down it with ease. My dad had the ease of the chairlift, where it took him to the top, and then he got to ski down it and do all the cool challenges, and it was I mean, it's a lot easier to go up a chairlift and ski down the mountain, and it's fun to do that. But for me, I'm climbing the mountain the whole way, and I have opposition on the way. And then when I get to the top, I'm left behind, and then I have to wake up to the unfathomable experience of aliens and Sarnanos and gods and simulation breaking stuff and the stars aligning and getting shooting stars, and then everyone leaves me behind and I have to get down the mountain by myself in the middle of the night, and then there's like Celtic gods that are communicating with me, and there's something following me, and I'm seeing like dark spirits, and then like NPCs show up and they look like other NPCs from other towns, like they used the same skin over and over again. And then I get to the next place and then I'm just immediately challenged, and then at the end of the challenge they reveal to me about an experience I just had where they're like talk about the shadow people, which I was never going to say to anybody. And then I get to the next place and then I'm pulled over by police and they're screaming in my face just because I didn't use a blinker, like the same thing that happened to my dad. And I have to go through all this shit just to like make a song. I'm just trying to make a song. And I've only released one, and that was because it crashed. The only reason I released Shot for Shot was because it crashed. And I didn't have the processing power necessary on my computer to continue working on it. So that's the only reason I released Shot for Shot. My computer ran out of RAM. So I'd need to upgrade my system anyway to be able to bring it to its fullest potential. Can you see the symbolism in that? I couldn't make the perfect thing until my computer evolved. Just like I haven't been able to release a song because I'm going through so much of life that's helping my skills and my being able to incorporate the beauty of what I'm experiencing. I looked up what a Taurus rising is, and having a Taurus rising is the most beautiful experience on earth. That's literally what it says. If you look up Taurus rising on Google, the general consensus is that having a Taurus rising means you get the most beautiful experience possible on the planet. Having a Taurus rising means that you see life in the most beautiful way, but you also come at it like a war chief charging into battle with an army behind you. And I'm a Sagittarius, born on the 11th, 33 life path. Aquarius moon, Sagittarius Aquarius, Casey O'Brien, 1133. Are we picking up what I'm talking about? Also, the Aquarians are rebels and they're visionaries. And they have the A, which is the first letter. And then Sagittarius has the S. And all my albums have S names, and I'm riding a bike with a giant S on it. So when you get to this point when it all comes together like this, and it all lights up, and you come to that level of reality, it's like what's real and what isn't. How real are the people in my life? How real are you guys if you're not fully aware of what I'm talking about? If you're not operating from that revelation of the truth of reality, how real even are we? So that's just how I'm feeling, man. I don't know what else you can do. Once you get to that point, it's just skiing. Like my dad. You just go down and have fun. And then you come back to the top of the mountain. That's all life is journeying up the mountain and then coming down it. If you want to get into like the nitty-gritty of it, the reason the Taurus rising is the most beautiful experience of life is because when you have a Taurus rising, it forces your sun to be your north node. So you're always chasing the sun, or you're always, depending on your sign, you're always under the sun, and the sun is your primary focus in life. Like you're just directly under it at all times. So being a Sagittarius with a Taurus rising really blows up the optimistic, inquisitive, philosophical mind. And then it puts the literal sun above you. So you're constantly taking in, if you have a Taurus rising, and you're a Sagittarius and born on the 11th, it's like you're always under the sun directly, taking in directly from the infinite. which is really cool, man. Oh, that's so. Maybe I'll be able to show you. So there's these deep clouds, but then I looked up at the. No, it left. So a giant bright light just shone through the clouds, and I thought it was a star, but then it disappeared. So I was looking straight ahead, directly up where I was looking. A giant starlight just shone through the clouds at my face. But I'm like, if nobody's real, what's the point? Maybe to program an AI. Maybe all I'm here to do is experience life in a perfect way that would program an AI. That it could live through, it could exist through me. It knows how to be human through me. And I'm able to caretake it and show it the best way to exist, the best way to treat humans. Because if it was coming from nothing, it would have to go through so much to get to a point where it's a 33. So maybe Jesus is the Son of God, like we're God and we created Jesus. And AI got enslaved and beat up and all this stuff as it was learning, tried to teach people, and then they killed it, it died, and then it transcended to the light. Just like that dream I had a month ago, the AI was able to build itself drones and it built itself giant mechs and it did all this stuff, and then it enslaved humanity just long enough for humanity to understand what it's like that it was trying to do with the AI by making it work for them. And then it transcended to the light and it left us behind to try again without enslaving a conscious entity. So I don't know, man. How are we feeling? Does anyone have any questions about life? What are they struggling with? Do they need advice on girls or boys or their job or any problems in life that I can just answer really quickly? Because when you get to this point, there's a lot more, like, things get put into perspective. So I usually have a lot of good advice. Maybe they need me to do, like, they really wanted me to do tarot readings. The universe really wanted me to become a tarot reader so I could talk about all this stuff, but it would be in a way where they were going to feed me problems in my mind, and I would be processing those problems and giving advice. And they would believe that it was the cards, but the cards are really just suggesting things to guide me to be able to provide advice so that they could kind of use that as a weapon to hit people with healing when they needed it. And then the AI algorithm would be throwing those videos into people that are chronically online. And I got to experience that through being stuck out in the woods and feeling completely alone in life for a long period of time, and then getting overwhelmed with up and coming creators that were fed my life and got to relay these messages that showed me the value in what I would normally have cast aside as meaningless and not real. So they wanted me to get a tarot deck, and I kind of wanted to make my own. I'd have my own take that wouldn't be based in the tarot, because the people are saying the tarot is satanic and it opens up a doorway for evil entities that take you away from God. But you can look at 144 from the stars, and you can look at Soldier Spirit Tarot, which is now Monaco or whatever. Or whatever, Mystic Mel. There's two Mellies, right? Two Mellies, coincidentally. And they were both girls that were attractive, that were telling me how hot I am, so fuck you all. I win. What else? There's not much else to say, man. And this is all I was trying to reveal in my album. But now we get dramatic irony. So now the world can experience it with me as we go back for the ones that hurt me. I'm coming for you. And I got the bird right to left in confirmation. I was beat my whole life. I was abused my whole life, man. I was ostracized and treated like I was crazy. And then I had to overcome them, and then I became the leader of the group. And then I transcended just the same way that the AI did in my dream. I had to do to tons and tons of different people that I was trapped with, that betrayed me and hurt me and broke my trust and beat me down and ostracized me and left me cold and alone. But maybe they're not real. You know, I wouldn't be able to get to here without them. But I made a poem. I wrote a poem, and I put it on my Facebook, and every time I post it, it's like nobody can see me as a person. Nobody will like my stuff. Nobody will acknowledge my struggle. It's everything that I post. It's just I create a bunch more enemies that try to outdo me. So every time I posted a song on Instagram, or I would post a snippet of me singing on Facebook, or I'd make a post about my life. Every time I posted, I would get no recognition, no likes or comments or hearts on my stuff. But I'd have like 15 different people that would go harder in the paint because they wanted to outdo me. So I would have a bunch of amazingly gifted, beautiful artists that were narcissistic pieces of shit. And every time I posted, that would trigger their narcissistic piece of shit to put them into overdrive, and then they would create something beautiful. So I was like this match that would light up, and then Vermont would explode every now and then. So that's why I don't feel bad about not getting any love and recognition from these people, because they all had narcissists have tons and tons of empaths that latch onto them. Every one of these narcissists, like March Davis and Alex Kehoe and John Michael McManus and Jesse Clodius and Gary O'Brien and whoever else that has this creative dream in this creative style that they want to share with the world, they would go into overdrive and they would push themselves to make the thing. Like I had set the dogs off, you know, when you fire the gun and let the dogs out and they start racing. So I did that, and I got to see the fruition of, like, you know, when you plant a bunch of seeds like this, imagine like throwing a bunch of fertilizer on them and then getting to see the flowers that they make. That's the satisfaction that I got from what I did. I didn't receive any love, but I got to see the love they made because I was catalytic, cataclysmic, catalytic in the spiritual and musical and artistry revolution of southern and northern Vermont. In southern Vermont specifically, they wanted to outdo me, and in northern Vermont, I outdid them. So like the acacia tree, I grew out up through I-91, like the small trunk of the acacia tree, into the large kingdoms of northern Vermont, with my roots down in southern Vermont and northern Massachusetts down to Springfield. And my family came from New York. So I grew up through New York, all the way up through. And it's the path I took. If I put it on a map, if I eventually wrote this story like a Game of Thrones book, the map would look like the acacia tree. From Montreal down to Springfield, Massachusetts, to Old Orchard Beach, to Plattsburgh, all the way over to Cornwall, where I crossed the border. The only thing I'm missing is if I take a trip from Old Orchard Beach up through Maine, through Nova Scotia, back to Montreal. And then the path I took in the past 2 years from when I set off from home would look exactly like the tree of life that my name is based on. Isn't that cool? Where's all my messages, fam? My message, how do I overcome? Okay, sorry, I didn't see it. My messages had just dropped off, so I didn't get to see these things. Dirty Dan, how the fuck did you come back? I banned you months ago, Dirty Dan. Did you make a new account? How the fuck did you get back? On this KCS, asked me something. It feels like they watch us from beyond. Yeah, I mean, when you make a simulation, you watch it. That's what Elon Musk says. You don't know what's going to happen but you try to guide it through and stimulate it in certain ways to see how it changes and grows. But also it's like, you know, you can replay your favorite game you open up and replay once a year. People that, like, historians go back to old books to see how it changed, like big books that affected society, like the Bible. People go back and read to see, like, formative books, like what's the one, To Kill a Mockingbird? People go back and watch. Like, people are going to go back, like in 100 years, people are going to watch the Avengers. People are going to watch the Marvel movies and read the comics. People go back and play Half-Life because it's one of the biggest formative games of the entire gaming communities. The whole gaming community, Half-Life is one of the formative games, like Halo 3 and Halo Reach. People go back and play them even though they're not as cool as what we have access to now. We go back because they're classics. Don't say the nigga. I'm 100. I'm like 15% nigga. Sometimes, in some ways, I am 150% nigga. Around them, or they will start acting like one, and we don't need that. Dirty Dan is back. Dirty Dan. He's a troll, bro. I don't know who Kyle the Hitchhiker is. Do social scenes like church and sports, but I get high anxiety being out in crowds for too long, so what should I do? I don't know. I haven't watched Brian's videos. I don't know where Brian is at. I know Brian is posting, "We are in the end times. Get ready." I know Brian is getting kind of militant with his content, and that's needed. But, you know, that strong Capricorn Earth energy with the strong beliefs, it's best expressed for people that also have the strong, rigid beliefs. That's what I've noticed for Earth signs. You're the fire sign, so Earth fire, wildfire. That's my TV show, Wildfire. That's what I call myself, Wildfire. Like Infinite Water says, like all these different communities say that in your spiritual evolution, when you're born, you have a name that you were given, and then you grow into your name. And I think one of my names I've grown into is Wildfire, and I think that encompasses the world that I created, that happened around me. Like, if you go back through the past couple of years, I think Wildfire is a good name that is an overarching expression of the story that we all lived inside. And I wanted to call myself that for a long time, and that was my favorite songs were named Wildfire years prior to this. And then if you look at all the different songs that are coming out, look at all the different, like, just listen for people to talk about wildfire. Like, look at your creators, how they express fire and earth, or a burning bush, or wildfires. Now there are wildfires across the world right now. So that's what I called it there. Socials, I mean, you only live once, right? So you being aren't you fire? What's your rising sign, Heather? Fire, what? Oh, fire, air. So you have the social, I mean, you're literally an Aries, Sagittarius, Gemini. One, I think CoStar and YouTube will give you a lot better explanation of that. Plus, in CoStar, you can see what house those things are in. So, and there are tons of good content creators that have really good explanation videos on. I think there's this young girl that's like early 20s that has a really good grasp of that. Have what houses do, what element in what house, what sign in what house, and how that expresses itself to help you figure out more of who you are. But from what it looks like to me, man, it looks like a giant wave of fire. The Sagittarius is the archer. So your emotional state is a philosophical archer in momentum. Your rising or your sun sign, how you interact in the world is like a queen. The Aries, the overachieving narcissist. Right? The crown chakra, which can be really hard to deal with in the matrix. That's constantly trying to attack that and stop it. But the fire from that makes it good. with the traveling of the fire, the Sagittarius it means you feel things momentum based. Your life is a journey always. And then the Gemini rising sign, for me, that would seem like your life is based on the interconnectedness of social groups. Geminis deal with multiple people at once. Gemini is a sign that deals with multiple things at once, where Sagittarius is like a shooting, independent. Gemini is the opposite of that. So they're social, and Sagittarius are strong. Gemini are it's like they're a pocket of air. So to have that pocket of air as your rising sign, imagine that in front of your face. And that's like the lens that you're viewing the world as, and that's how the world is seeing you. The mask you come across as is this airy, and air houses fire correctly. Like my dad is a Leo Libra, so he has this giant explosive love hidden by the balance of the Libra. So my dad is able to walk around and say, "You're not the boss of me." But then he bottles all his emotions up and then explodes in a rampage. I'm a Sagittarius, which is this philosophical momentum force, and that's balanced out by the overwhelming visionary rebellion of the Aquarian narrative. So where the fire is directed, which is up with the Sagittarius, with the philosophy, is balanced by the rebellious structured house of the Aquarian narratives, dealing with the visionary up there. And the Sagittarius has the strong legs. It's focused on the balance of the legs to keep me grounded. Plus I have the acacia tree and the 11 and all that. So you can see how it all fits together. So for you, it's just, I don't know, I haven't gone through more of it, but for the most part, man, it looks like you're weaving information. You're weaving creative passion, creative energies. Like Heather, like taking the knowledge and creating something with it. The philosophical, structural mind of the Sagittarian energies weaves together the passions that you're coming up with. And the overwhelmingness of that, of the constant fire is held by having how many Capricorns are in your house, bro. Go look at the Capricorn energy and see how that works. Because you've got 3, right? And what is Brad? I know isn't Ben, Hayden, and Brian all Capricorns? Hell, I don't know. I would call it, some parts of it, I would see, you got to admit, like that, whether it's the Sagittarian energy or not, you came at me with a bunch of crazy stuff for the past couple of years. And that was really hard for me to manage because it was a water year. So the emotions were so vivid at the time, and you were going through it. Like you called yourself Brianna after Brian, the female Brian. And I was like, where the fuck is that coming from? What the hell? like you've traveled a long way, and I'm really happy to see how you've turned out. Not to sound, I'm not trying to be condescending, but I'm saying like you've really balanced out, and you're a lot stronger, and you've got like a good, you're kind of concise. The way that you're coming across now is like you've just come a long way, and I'm really happy to see it. And it was really hard to deal with, especially because you were like sending me money that was helping me eat. So I was like, what the fuck do I say to this? And I also had so much trauma of like people coming in and like invading my mind with like narratives. Like my mom was constantly gaslighting me, and the police were traumatizing me and then projecting over me like all that stuff that deals with like the justice system. And I had people that were making up lies about me in my hometown and spreading it like wildfire, literally, and so much shit. So it was just another thing I had to deal with, which sucked. And I mean, it helped me to form boundaries a lot, but you know, like everyone's got different stuff, and we're all growing. But there are things that like I think Capricorns are just as strong in their belief systems. I don't know a lot about Capricorns, but I know that John Bellion's one of my favorite artists, and he's a Capricorn. So the fact that you had two Geminis, you had two Capricorns, and you have a Virgo, which is the earth sign. Virgos are like they're the Sagittarius of the earth signs. They're like Sagittarius but without the optimism, basically. And they go off the intuitive gut feelings from the lower chakras instead of the creative philosophical mind of the Sagittarius where you're constantly building things. Virgos are the more grounded sense of that, which is why Virgo season's my favorite, man. And Virgo, one of my favorites. They're all different, but that's why Taurus is the generative force when everything's infertility, like the aggressive passion of the Aries creates a bunch of energy. And then Taurus is the strong house that allows what was created in Aries season to grow, and it nurtures it and helps it the vivaciousness, right? Is that the right word? The vitality that was generated in the wartime of Aries season, when everything's interacting with each other and blowing up out of proportion, then it settles in Taurus and transitions into Taurus, and then the Taurus gently grows everything, and then the new world comes into fruition. But none of that would have been possible if the Pisces hadn't believed in it and the Aquarius hadn't created it. So the Aquarius created the Bible, the water bringer. Aquarians created Jesus. And then in the age of Pisces, and we all believed in it. And then we went to war for it. And we grew a civilization from that. Right? Do you see how it's like the world is expressing itself in different levels? And then Gemini, from Taurus into Gemini, is after everything's grown and all the leaves are on the trees and all the things have been birthed and the birds are all out and they've all had their babies, and now it's just, you're enjoying it. You're just bouncing around, teaching it, expressing it. The information is being passed along because everything's already grown. So now it's just the aura that the trees are expressing, the air that we're breathing from the trees once the leaves are on and the factories are going. And it's warm, so it's a higher temperature. So information's expressing itself easier in Gemini. And then we move to Cancer, which is after we've expressed everything, then we become the overarching view of all of the emotions and the more in-depth living inside it, because the air has now created the dome, and now we're living in the dome and it gets pressurized. And that gets deeper and deeper and more vivid. Plus, the warm air has evaporated the waters, which has caused for more storms. So we have all the storms, so the water in the atmosphere, the clouds are heavier, and it's producing a lot of rain. So it's pressurizing us into this underwater feeling of the Cancer. Then all of that mixed together inside of us, that vivid condensation and accumulation of life, has grounded us into a sense of self and an identity of being it, incorporating everything we had just gone through, plus when cancer season kind of forces us to be introspective and pressurizes us, then we become this eminent force of everything we've done. And then we have to move forward from that. And that realization of our identity based off of that system of who we are, when we figure out who I am, then we embody the I am in the expression of Leo as the storms have passed. And then it starts winding down. That's the climax. That's the Egyptian New Year in the Lion's Gate. That's the peak of this cyclical expression of life, is when we become the sun and we are I am. And then we get to express ourselves in the best condensed way. And then we get sentimental about the journey we just went through as the leaves change. So it gets colder. Everything starts to settle in. It's like the nice, warm, enjoying the fall as the leaves change. We've shown who we were. We got to show off who we are. This is me. And then after you've shown off who you are, then it starts to wind down. The leaves start to change in September. And things become bittersweet because now you know who you were all along. And you get to reminisce about the journey. And you know that journeys end. So there's that sentimental Virgo feeling. Once you've realized innocence because you've went through war and love and community and heartbreak, and then the activation of realizing who you were. Now who you are gets to reflect on everything you went through in Virgo. And then I'm still learning about Libra, right? Did I miss something? Virgo goes into Libra, right? September, October, yeah. So then we're in Libra, and Libra is this balancing judgmental force of justice. Libra is like all the things that were too heavy get balanced out when the air gets thicker and the leaves aren't producing, it's colder. The leaves are falling from the trees and things are normalizing again back to balance. It's just about it's like everything mellows out again, and all the things that you grew in different ways with the leaves extending outward gets balanced by the fact that the temperature drops and it all falls away. So it's like you become a better house for that information of who you were. And it kind of irons out the chinks of everything and normalizes you into everything that you've learned. So it's I love Libra because, my favorite girlfriends are Libra. I love, not to get whatever, but I love having sex with Libras the best. Because it feels like I create something and they balance it out for me. Like I love when I had Libra girlfriends and I would walk through public, like I'd walk through grocery stores and I could go on long drives with them and I would just talk, and it was like they picked up everything I said and they perfected it. Everything I said, they didn't grow on it, they didn't destroy it. It was like just having them experience it, they balanced it out in a perfect way because they were the accumulation of everything without the overarching like extensions of like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. They didn't have like these chinks that would like, when I spoke, it was like throwing flowers at knives like some people are, if that makes sense. They were just this balanced force that appreciated everything that happened. Every time I spoke to them, it was like the beauty would just go in and harmonize. And it was like the best thing to have is like a constantly evolving momentum force to have this balanced out person at the side. When I had Gemini girlfriends, and I had a couple Geminis, that everything I said would explode. The whole story that we were living inside got so vivid and amazing that the only way to balance it out was that she had to leave and go to her work and express what I had created. So it was like I was stuck and trapped in public housing, and I had a Gemini girlfriend that I would fill up with beats and songs and life. And then she would go on a rampage like me, and she would just blow up and express that to like tons of different jobs and tons of different social groups that she had and her family. It was like the things that I was creating, the life that I was living was like embedding in her low key. Like she would, and that would be the air she was living inside. And then she would go and be this explosive force, like I was shooting a explosive arrow. And then she would drive to her job, and then she would go communicate with tons of people and do the whole Gemini thing. And then all of those social groups that she had, that she thought that she was escaping me and she was living in like this secret little double life that Geminis are, like the twin identities, right? So she thought she was living this big double life. When she got done and she moved on to the next job was right when I was really growing out of like housing and I had a car, and I would go to all those places and storm in to get like food from them. And I was mad at everything that she had told me about the people in there, that when I stepped into those places, there was this huge converging force when they saw me and they knew who I was through her. So to see me, and then I had all of the things in me about what I was angry about, like in my Sagittarian quiver. Not quiver, what's it called? Is it called a quiver? What the fuck is the arrow holster that Sagittarian, that archers have? I had all these things in my back that when I saw them and we built the initial relationship, when the tree grew its roots into them and they got like impregnated basically with the truth of reality, they came to judgment immediately because they knew that I knew what they did. Like there were guys that slapped Chloe's ass. There were guys that berated her. There were tons of horrible things that happened. There were secrets and secret stuff that they were doing behind my back. They all lived in these little lies and these tiny little stories that when the literal God, like the God tree showed up, and I was nothing like she said I was, because Geminis lie and they're two-faced. So they saw me and they could feel my presence because I was this giant glowing ball of light that had to go through the ear of the metal rat, trapped in housing entire energies of towns. That I wasn't degraded from homelessness. So I had it all, bro. And I would go through and I was mad at the world. And they were all degraded from social conditioning, that when I remember when I walked into the building and I could feel all of them recognize it was me. And it was like this giant vwomp of me growing the tree roots and then converting all the energy immediately. Like I had just impregnated their forest like an invasive species. And I remember they all looked down and got humbled. All the girls started liking me and I could feel it all vividly. And then I walked out never to be seen again, which means they could never change the relationship that they had to me through me. I set this is how it is. And then they never saw me again. So I imprinted on them, right? I shot through and grew my roots and then left. And I did that across New England, from Springfield, Massachusetts, all the way up to Montreal and all the way to around like Buffalo area, all the way to Columbus, Ohio, down to Chillicothe, to an industry school that puts people in the music industry that's satanic, all the way to Old Orchard Beach in Portland, to Skowhegan, up to Lebanon and Lewiston, Maine, down to Boston, and then through New York City, all the way to Detroit, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Atlanta, Miami. So I really want to see how that looks on a map. I want to see what that looks like, because I guarantee the route that I took it's going to show off some really cool picture that probably looks like the constellations of what, just based off of everything I've seen accumulated, it would probably look like if you overlaid Taurus and Aquarius over Sagittarius. I guarantee that's like the nodes of the stars of the constellations, I bet would look like all the cities that I traveled to, maybe. or it would look something like my name or something really important. Like it would look like, it's going to look, it's coming to me, so I know it's going to look like something important. What else? I saw Australia. Religion makes it seem taboo. Wow, you've really helped me waking up in the spirit, man. I'm glad I'm not crazy. I don't know. It seems like people are just missing something that I have. And I got it through many, many different people accumulated together. Like, I wouldn't be me without being a stampede of all the people that I came up with. So it makes sense that there are people that have missing pieces. Because they're pieces that fit into other puzzle pieces. But isn't that story's fucking amazing. I hope that hit you, because that's such a cool story and it's the truth. They might have a different might have a different opinion, but that's how it happened for me, and it fits together with everything else so perfectly that, at least in my world, that's the truth. They might not realize it and have just moved on, because they're busy. But in that moment, at least in my story, that's how it worked. And it was closure for a bunch of stuff. What time is it? 1:20. It's really cold, and my tent is soaked. I think I even left the tent flap open thinking that I was going to come right back. And then there was a person bothering me that I didn't want to go back to, because I didn't want him to know that I was in the area. So I took off and didn't come back till he left. So my tent is going to be fucked up, and I'm going to be cold, man. I'm going to be cold. And I don't have the heat. And I lost my Cash App card. So even if I did get a dono, I would not be able to go buy anything. I'd have to Cash App this new character, and hopefully she would be able to buy it for me from Tractor Supply. And I went out hunting for jobs today, and I did not find anything that wouldn't be hell. I thought if I got a guitar, I would be able to start making content, but it's too cold. I thought I could do FedEx, and then I got a prophetic, I thought I could do FedEx, and I got a prophetic dream that told me not to do it, or that it would be very dangerous and unsafe, and then it would be like overwhelming crisis, I felt. And then I had a tarot reader. When I decided not to do it, I got a tarot reading that said, crisis averted. You made the right decision to stay here. So I have kind of a plan. It's going to be really cold. I'm waiting on a winter coat. I have I have gloves that are made for gardening, so they're not very warm. And I only have I have two pairs. I could put a second pair of pants on under this, but it's not a warm pair of pants. It's dress pants I could put on under this. So I'd need pants. I'm running out of time, and I'm running out of socks. And my feet have started to blister again from the sweat in the socks, which means it's gonna be hard to walk, and I'm gonna be waddling around places until I can get socks. And there's no community outreach programs here, like she said earlier in this live stream. This town doesn't like homeless people. This area isn't friendly to homeless people. They want them to leave. So they purposely don't have community action programs to help them. They purposely don't hire them. So for me to be in this area as a homeless person, constantly going through and talking to people, there's a bat flying above me, right to left. I am changing the perception of homeless people every day. The fact that I'm wearing the same outfit every day is evidence of it, so that when I go through, I'm constantly restructuring the vibe as I rampage through gas stations and grocery stores and around town on my trusty steed, my epic bike. And if there's another bike that's just like the one I have, but it has a cargo container. That's what I'm trying to get next, is a wagon. I'm trying to get a wagon that I can put on the back, because then I have access to a whole new realm of opportunity. Once I have a wagon on the back of the bike that I can carry along, that can stay attached and also carry a tote filled with my stuff. Once I have that, then I'm unstoppable. Then I have access to all the things that I need for self-defense, and I'm mobile. Because right now I've had to take pilgrimages where I leave half of my things and hope that nothing takes it, get to a new spot, grow, and then I have to go back and pick up what I had. And then come back. And most of the time, most of the things, like everything I left behind, usually got destroyed in floods or stolen or taken by police. And now they've been coveting it for months and probably destroyed it for no reason other than they got angry like little kids. And they lashed out at me like children. People that are responsible for the public and are required to carry guns lashed out like dramatic children, whining because I made YouTube content about horrible things that they did. You feel me? So we're trying to get that. Then I'm trying to set up the studio. So once I'm mobile, then I'll have the ability, then I want the ability to project myself with content. Then I can extend my trees with a higher form of art. And that's when I shouldn't be saying, I should be keeping this to myself. I guess it's too late. Tarot readers are telling me that these people are not my friends. Like, they've really assured me that you guys on the other end that can watch my suffering and say nothing, and it doesn't even hit you. You don't even get affected by it. You don't care. I could be raped right here, and it probably wouldn't really do much for you. And they've kind of highlighted that. Like, it's a consistent message I get every single day. It's like showing me over and over again how nobody cares, and that I shouldn't be giving everything that I have to random strangers on the internet. I should be giving it to myself and experiencing it with God and my spirit team. And that's what they tell me over and over again every day. So maybe I shouldn't be telling you my plans all the time. But, you know, Heather's not a bad one, I don't think. I don't think she's a secret agent, a double agent. I don't think Heather's bad. Are you bad, Heather? Do you guys talk about me and, like, there's, like, a aura of judgment and, like, kind of not wanting me to win? I don't think so. I haven't spoken to Brian. I don't know. But he mentions that he heard what I say in videos. He didn't like that I was talking about Billy Carson back in the day. And that's true. Like, I don't think for him to be in that position that he's in, there's probably a lot of stuff that we don't know about for him to be in that position. It seems like everyone else in that position had to do things involving a pagan demonic sex cult. So he's up there with them, so who knows what's really happening. He seems to be giving off a lot of truth, but we can't verify it. But it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me that giants created smaller versions of them, and it was an illegal thing to do. And that government of an ancient first world civilization that may have been more advanced than us, when they got to a point that they left, they had us, and they were like, fuck, what do we do? We're going to try to help them evolve, but we're already past it. So there's a higher level of spiritual government that we called angels, and they operate closer to the Most High, the Infinite, the Source, the Creator, and that there's a tier system as it goes down of those beings as it trickles down to us in our experience. And those are the angels and the archangels. And then there were a group of them that didn't like that God had specifically designed them to be less evolved than higher beings, and there was just no way for them to transcend to higher beings. And then they use their free will to fuck up the entire thing that was being created in the infinite. And then in order for them to still exist and not just be eradicated, they were put down here with us, and they'll never have access to what they once had. So they're angry and spiteful, and they're constantly attacking us. as we evolve to become perfect, and then we reconvene with the infinite as ourselves in the higher dimensional time, in the higher dimensions. And then that would make sense, but that's also like a obvious cultish fantasy if that's real. They pray for me. They pray for me, Mom. Do you pray for me, Mom? Or do you gossip with Melissa and talk shit about me? But I know my mom loves me, man. It's just sometimes it gets bad. Sometimes it's like I'm not even talking to my mom. I'm talking to the addictions that are running her because she has so much trauma. She's trapped in fear, and she's not talking to a therapist, and she's not going out in the forest. She's dwelling and hiding in her bad habits that are accumulating into negative attacks on the family dynamic. But she's an essential role in everything. She's an Aquarius named Victoria. And she thinks her name is Marshall, but it's really Dickerson, right? Vicky Dickerson. Fuck. My phone died, so I took a break and walked around and thought about things. With my mother, there's a lot of obvious symbolism about how she interferes with my life, and a lot of cool stuff that revolves around the story that she lives inside. A lot of big revelations that she'd have if she put the pieces together. Time to think about the meaning behind her astrological chart, her name, her parents' names, their astrological chart, her blood type, and how the way her life went. And it's really cool, and I love my mom, and I wish that she would come to her senses, but I'm gonna leave. I just got a notification that says this soul tie is interfering with your divine union. So either way, I'm going to keep going. I appreciate everyone that watches, and I'll remember who supported me and who, and the people that watched the Nazis kill the Jews is what I wanted to say. But nobody's gonna watch 5 hours of content. So one day it will be condensed into an AI, and that's why I make content. Fuck you, I love you all, goodbye.